Good evening. We're ready to begin. This Planning Commission meeting is called to order. This meeting is improperly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2. Please note customers of CenturyLink and Cox Communication can view this program in high definition on Channel 1002. You can also watch this meeting live on Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, on the Go Vegas app. The Planning Commission meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv/live. The proceedings will be broadcast on KCLV and the web the Saturday of the meeting at 10 a.m., Monday at midnight, and the following Tuesday at 6 p.m. Would everyone please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Madam Clerk, could we please call the roll?
Chair Cherry.
Present.
Vice Chair Quinn. Excused. Commissioner Schlottman.
Present.
Commissioner Toussaint.
Present.
Commissioner Rausch.
Present.
Commissioner DeSalvio.
Present.
Commissioner Williams.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I call your attention to the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions in the appeal and review process. If appropriate, please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available. There are agendas on both sides of the podium here. Also, the second page of the agenda contains our rules of conduct. We appreciate you adhering to these rules so we can have a smooth meeting. Moving on to item number 4, all comments made under this item for specific action items will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion? If so, please come forward. Seeing no one, we will move on to item number 5. For possible action to approve the final minutes for the Planning Commission meeting of November 9th, 2018. Can we get a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to approve the November 9th, 2018 Planning Commission meeting minutes.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries. Moving on to item number 6, our housekeeping items. Are there any items that commissioners, staff, applicants, or member of the public would like to pull forward for action? Does anyone wish to speak on any of these items? If so, note and allow discussion determined under this housekeeping should be heard as scheduled. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Mr. Chairman, Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road. I'd like to make 2 requests. I'd like to obey item number 53 until the January 8th meeting in order to hold a neighborhood meeting. And I'd also like to request a withdrawal without prejudice on number 57.
57. And what was the date on item 53?
January 8th.
8th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Anyone else? Hi. Can you get your name and address for the record, please?
Jody Georgiorian, 1210 Hinson Street, and I would like to request items 16 through 19 be held until January 8th.
Are you the applicant?
I'm here representing the applicant, yes.
Okay. 16 through 19, I believe, is on our housekeeping to be.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
And maybe I'll go to staff at this moment to read the housekeeping items.
Mr. Chairman, we have 2 previous requests. The first one is the applicant's request in advance for items 16 through 19 to the January 8th, 2019 Planning Commission meeting. This is the second request for abeyance. And the second one is the applicant's request in advance for items 35 through 38 to the February 12th Planning Commission meeting. This is the first request for abeyance on that one.
Okay. Can we have a motion on the housekeeping items, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion on items 16, 17, 18, 19, and 53 to obey these items to the January 8th, 2019 Planning Commission meeting, and then on items 35, 36, 37, 38, obey to the February 12th, 2019 Planning Commission meeting, and then on item number 57, withdraw without prejudice.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries. Moving on to the one motion, one vote. The following are items that may be considered in one motion, one vote. They are considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearings and non-public hearings will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the Planning Commission not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have the items removed from this part of the agenda. Do we have any requests? Seeing no request, I will read them into the record for a vote. Item number 7, TMP 74862, applicant owner Montecito Tower LLC for possible action on a request for a tentative map for a 3-lot commercial subdivision on 13.62 acres at 6605 Grand Montecito Parkway, Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Item number 8, VAR 74812, applicant owner EMA Holdings LLC for possible action on a request for a variance to allow two 2,600 square foot mobile home park spaces where 4,000 square feet is required at 4221 Stewart Avenue, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Related item number 9, SDR 74813 for possible action request for a site development plan review to add 2 spaces to an existing 11-space mobile home park, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item number 10, SUP 74716, applicant Lossing Tattoo, owner Abena Family LLC for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed tattoo parlor body piercing studio use at 4601 West Sahara Avenue, Suite K, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item number 11, SUP 74828, applicant owner Simon Chelsea, Las Vegas Development LLC for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed 3,110 square foot beer, wine cooler off-sale establishment use at 855 South Grand Central Parkway, Suite 1801, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item number 12, SUP 74832, applicant APC Towers, owner Durango 95 Mini Storage Partners LLC for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed 80-foot tall wireless communication facility, stealth design, clock tower at 7580 Oso Road, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item number 13, SUP 74836, applicant Pierogi Depot, owner Fong & Associates Meadows Limited 2 et al. For possible action request for a special use permit for proposed 1,433 square foot beer wine cooler on sale establishment use at 8540 West Lake Mead Boulevard, Suite 130, Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Item number 14, SNC 74759, applicant owner City of Las Vegas for possible action on a request for a street name change from Clark Avenue to Robin Leach Lane between City Parkway and Grand Central Parkway, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item number 15, VAC 74824, applicant owner Beazer Holdings LLC for possible action on request for a petition to vacate a portion of the pedestrian access, streetlight, and traffic control easement located at the northeast corner of Grand Teton Drive and Schaumburg Road, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Yeah. Vice Chair, can we get a motion, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on the one motion, one vote items 7 through 15, I move to approve.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, did you ask if there was anyone who had any, did you open a public hearing for these?
Did I open? I didn't open public hearing. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in these items? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and go to the commission. Thank you.
Yes, my motion stands.
So motion on the floor, please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item number 7 will be final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 7 days. Items 8 through 13 and item 15 will be final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days. And item 14 will move on to city council to be heard at their meeting on January 16th, 2019.
Thank you. Now we're on to the public hearing portion of the agenda. I'm pulling forward item number 64. It's SDR 74816, applicant LVMC Development LLC, owner City of Las Vegas, For possible action, request for site development plan review for proposed 138,000 square foot government facility with waivers of the interim downtown Las Vegas Area 1 development standards at the southeast corner of Clark Avenue and First Street, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to construct a new municipal court building for the city of Las Vegas. The proposed facility would require several waivers of standards of the interim downtown Las Vegas development standards, which staff supports as the site has numerous developmental constraints due to the multiple street frontages, requirements for security related to the courthouse function, and the odd shape of the lot itself. The proposed use is located in close proximity to other civic uses, including City Hall, the Regional Justice Center, Bonneville Transit Center, and others, and will share parking at the City Hall garage. The proposed courthouse is aesthetically pleasing, furthers the goals of the civic and business district of the 2045 Downtown Master Plan, and it is consistent with the vision for this area of downtown Las Vegas. Staff recommends approval of the request and all associated waivers. Please note that there is an additional letter of support since publication.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Chairman Cherry and Commissioners, my name is Michael Voyevich, representing the City of Las Vegas Public Works Department, 333 North Rancho. As you're probably aware, that earlier this year, City's executive management team had directed our Economic and Urban Development Department to solicit requests for proposals for a new municipal court building. That request for proposal included not only construction, but design and the property and the siding that would go on. That effort culminated in October when City Council approved the contract to go forward with the selected firm, the Mulaski Group of Companies. Today, after just a couple of months of working, and believe me, these guys made my job real easy, so far at least, I'm happy to introduce members of that team, led by Mr. Rich Worthington, president of the Mulaski Group of Companies, and Matt Connolly, who's also the senior vice president of development for the Mulaski Group of Companies. They're here to go ahead and present to you the concept that has come up, has been developed so far, and to ask any or answer any questions that you might have. With that said, Mr. Connolly, can you join me?
How you doing?
Good evening. Matt Connolly, Senior Vice President of Development for the Mulaski Group of Companies, 100 North City Parkway, Suite 1700. We're very pleased to be here to present this gorgeous building that we are partnering with the city on, the municipal courthouse. And with me to my right is Chris Larson from our architecture firm, PGAL, and I will turn it over in a little bit to Chris to walk you through the details of the project. But on behalf of the Mulaski Group, we're very proud to be partnering with the city on this, and we're very honored to have been selected. In early October, we signed the contract to be the developer and partner with the city. The building, if you're not aware, is located at the corner of Clark and First, which is diagonal from this building, City Hall. It's 138,000 square feet. It will have 7 courthouses. One of those courtrooms. One of those courtrooms will be traffic court, and the others will be judicial. We will walk you through a little bit of the placement of those in the floor plan. One of the things that we were inspired was creating a square with City Hall, creating an adjacency that builds upon the architecture that's been created here. As you can see in the rendering, it's a very prominent 4-story building. A lot of architecture, a lot of glass, a lot of different features that PGAL has developed for us, and we believe that the city is very proud of this, and it's maintained its design throughout. We're still working on design. Our hope is to go to building permit sometime in April, May, with starting construction as early as June, but as late as August. That's our hope, and to be completed within 24 months of that point in time. The aerial that you see on the screen is the location. It's a less than 1 acre, 0.9 acre site at the corner, as I mentioned, of Clark and First. It is adjacent to the City Hall. It is adjacent to the RTC. It is adjacent to the detention center and, most importantly, to Starbucks. So we hope that this, this will create even more inertia for redevelopment in this corridor. I'm going to turn it over to Chris Larson, Principal Architect for PGAL, to walk through the site plan, a few of the floor plans quickly, and the landscape plan, and then, of course, answer any questions that you may have. Chris?
Matt.
Sure.
Chris Larson with PGAL, 3379 West Oquendo Road. As Matt commented, this building takes up pretty much the entire site, and we have the entry of the site catty corner from the entry to City Hall, so we do create that plaza and that combination of the building. Service and detainee access will be off of Transit Stations Street to the southeast corner, and access to the underground parking for the judges and the marshals will come off of First Street, again at the south end of the property. This is an image of the basement parking, which is secure. It is about 5 feet below grade, so actually our first floor starts 5 feet above grade, allowing us to create a raised entrance plaza and give a little bit more prominence to the entrance. This is the ground floor. You can see at the sort of bottom left-hand corner, that's the main entrance and main lobby. We have a 2-story lobby off of which feeds customer service for those paying tickets, etc., and then flows back with an sort of promenade area along in front of the traffic court along the west side of the building, where we have a lot of glass sort of looking towards City Hall and this lot across the street. This also shows on the south end where we will have the detainee parking, the Sally Port, as well as access to the secure underground. The building is being designed to be very secure, and thus parking on the streets will not be allowed, and the existing parking that is along First Street will be designated strictly for marshals only and no other public parking. Second floor is mostly classrooms, public spaces, marshals' offices, and some administrative offices. And again, you can see that we have the raised, the 2-story lobby space with the classrooms overlooking that. Third floor, 2 more courtrooms, city attorney's offices, and back-of-house judicial support spaces, again maintaining the public walkway and queuing space along the west side. And then the 4th floor is the final 4 courtrooms and back-of-house judicial support areas, as well as support space for the judges and staff. Roof. And here are the elevations as they show today. As Matt commented, the design from what was originally submitted about a year ago is we're maintaining it as much as possible and keeping the same character of the building with the same type of materials of metal, EIFS, and CMU. And this is the elevations to the east facing Starbucks and to the south at the end. Landscape, we're meeting the Centennial Plan, lining the streets. We don't have a lot of landscape space, obviously, because we're building a lot of building, but we have the street trees and some planters along the front of the building and on the east side. And that's it.
Thank you very much. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one from the public, I'll close the public portion and turn over to the commission, and I'll start off by saying it's a beautiful project. It's well thought out. I know that the Mulaski companies growing up in Vegas, it's been one beautiful project after another, and this one keeps the tradition going. It's really amazing. The one question I guess I'd have for staff, with the city parking garage that we have that'll be utilized, there's another garage being built across on Symphony Park. Is there an ability to connect? There was at one time a conversation of being able to connect those garages, vehicular access. Oh, I'll go to Mike.
Yes, there is. Right now, we have the pedestrian bridge, as you know, that goes from the west side of the current City Hall parking garage. That will actually have a connection to the new, what we call Parcel L garage in Symphony Park. Down the road, I can't predict the time frame, but yes, both garages have been constructed and designed so that there could be a vehicle bridge connecting the two, and that is our desire. Working with the railroad is a long endeavor, but we are actually, we've done pre-planning in order to accommodate that.
That's great, because I can just see, with everything happening in this area already, and then another project like this, which is fantastic, that parking is going to be needed for everybody, especially when Symphony Park gets built out. And I guess for the gentleman from PJAL, I know there's standards with courthouses on how the frontages are built. Does that apply? I guess I'm thinking back to the appellate Supreme Court that was built on 4th Street. Does that still have the same thing, similar on a project like this?
Yes, sir, it is similar, and we also have bollards surrounding and crash items to keep vehicles away from the building.
Okay. All right. Anyone else in the commission? Commissioner DeSalvio?
Yeah, just wondering, have you already assigned it to a general contractor?
Yes, as part of our proposal, I failed to mention earlier that Martin Harris is our general contractor for this project.
Commissioner Slavin?
Yes, Chairman, I think this is a beautiful-looking project and well-designed, and looking forward to having it constructed down here. And if there's no other comments, I'd like to make a motion.
Please do.
On item 64, SDR 74816, move to approve, subject to status conditions.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 20, abeyance SUP 74127, applicant owner Gordon Family Trust, for possible action on request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 5400 Irish Spring Street, Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental use that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912 that were applicable at the time of application. With the recent adoption of Bill Number 2018-58, amending the Unified Development Code, relief from conditional use regulations by means of a future special use permit no longer exists. If approved, the proposed use would be authorized and subject to non-conforming use provisions of Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 19. If denied, the proposed use would not be authorized. Staff is recommending approval. At this time, I will turn the presentation over to Deputy Planning Director Mary McElhone for additional information pertaining to this item.
Mr. Chairman, Code Enforcement has had an active case at this location since June 20th of 2018. A notice and order was issued on July 12th, 2018 to cease the activity for short-term rental. Code Enforcement was able to confirm the continued rental activity at the end of September, beginning of October, and this location received fines for $1,980. At this point in time, the website listing does not show any short-term rental activity, is only showing rentals available for long-term only. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
You may. My name is Adam Gordon. My address is 185 Carthage Street, Henderson, Nevada.
Would you like to give us some information on the application?
Yes, I would like to mention that, I've been living in Las Vegas for close to 30 years now, and I've had my own business since 1995 here in Las Vegas. I have taken a lot of measures to make sure that, any tenant that does come into the house is vetted properly and that they know that the house is to be used just for staying there, that there's no parties, there's no loud noise in the backyard, no music to be played. I have some letters that I've included with everything over there from neighbors that are very close, like a next-door neighbor. I do have a map. I could show you their address.
You need to speak into the mic. Just
Yeah, if you could speak into the mic so we can...
Okay, sorry about that. The one neighbor is directly next door. He's 5404. I'm not sure, you do have my house up on there, so the house...
If you could speak into the mic, Mr. Gordon, thank you.
I'm on the corner, right here, of Irish Spring and Shadbush. The neighbor directly next door, wrote a letter stating that he's, never heard any noise, that the house is kept properly, that there's never any trash or even loud noise in the backyard. That is from Michael Lee, directly next door, 5404. I also have a letter from a neighbor directly across the street from the property, which is 5401. His name is William Waylow, and he says he lived at the address for over 20 years at his house, and he said pretty much the same thing, is that I have landscapers, the house is always kept nicely, the yard's kept nice, he never sees trash outside, he never has any noise or complaints, and that they never, even knew that there was a rental, short-term rental, taking place at that property. I also have taken a short-term rental course held by Julie Davies, which, kind of holds us to a higher education for this, so that we know how to handle short-term rentals and be a, landlord for short-term rentals in our community. So I completed that certificate as well. And that's all included in the packet over there.
And you'd like that for the record, Mr. Gordon, turned in?
That is, yes.
Okay.
It's in this manila envelope right here.
Okay, is there anything else you'd like to add for the application?
No, I'd like to ask that you follow the staff's recommendation for approval and to go to the city council.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? If you could step to the side, Mr. Gordon. We have 3 microphones. I'll give everyone a minute. I'll need your name, address, if you're for or against, and within that minute, why.
My name is Barbara Johnston. I live at 8309 Shadbush Avenue, which is just 2 streets down from this residence. And I, along with the majority of my neighbors and friends and neighborhood emails that we have, are opposed to it for the very reason that it violates our own covenants, code of covenants and restrictions, the CCNRs. And I have a copy that I'd like to submit as part of the my introduction here.
Okay.
It's a copy of our CCNRs, and I'd just like to be very brief here and summarize what portions of the CCNRs it violates.
You have 20 seconds.
Okay. 4.1, and then I'll just go 4.1, single-family residence, private dwelling, no other purpose. 4.2, business and commercial activity is not allowed. 4.4, signs of any kind are not allowed. In particular, the leasing part of it, 4.10, says that no owner shall be permitted to rent or lease this lot. They're called lots at this point.
Thank you, Barbara. I need to keep moving. If you'd like to turn that in...
For less than 30 days.
If you'd like to turn that in for the record, we will accept it.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's 3 microphones, if everyone would like to come forward.
Yes, just to dovetail off of what she said, my name is John Lonborg, address 5416 Rainbows End Drive. Live around the corner from the subject property. Just want to back up what Barbara said. The CCNRs were provided to purchasers who have bought into this community and were provided to us as a condition of purchasing. And very specifically, Section 4.1 of the document that was provided to you by Barbara expressly says that no owner shall be permitted to rent or lease his lot for transient or hotel purposes or for a period of less than 30 days. So I just don't see any reason to have this, rented in this neighborhood. And the CCNRs make it perfectly clear what's to be done. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Thomas Fiore, 8229 Shadbush Avenue. I've noticed that there has been a fatality at the place. A young child did drown in a pool maybe 8 years ago. And every time I walk by there and I'm in walking distance, I see people passed out on the lawn, cars in the garage, bottles, cans, and everything that can really disrupt the whole area. And it needs to be, something needs to be done here, seriously. Something needs to be done. Because we are the homeowners and we live there. We are the ones who see it. Not the person who doesn't live there, but the homeowners who do see it, which is us. And every time I go by and I see people passed out on the lawn or something, or a retaining wall that possibly could come down, could injure somebody else, possibly kill somebody else, something needs to be done. This needs to be stopped, and it needs to be stopped now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Forey. For the record, you're against it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can I get your name and your address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Vivian Tavy, 8229 Shadbush Avenue, just down the street from this proposed short-term rental. I'd just like to mention that the applicant has been running this house as an illegal short-term rental for several years. We weren't aware of it. There has been noise complaints in the neighborhood. Actually, one of my neighbors who lives right on the wall adjacent to his, her kids can't sleep at night. You know, there's been a lot of noise. They block her driveway. She can't get in. So this is a nuisance to the neighborhood. And I do see cigarette butts everywhere. I see cars parked all over the place. I hear noise. I hear music at all hours of the night. And it is illegal. And this is an R1 zoned neighborhood. We are all homeowners, and it's a quiet neighborhood in the Northwest. I strenuously object to this. The applicant has not been a good owner. It's been illegal for some time, and he's been continuing to rent this property in violation of the code. Thank you. So
Thank you for
I
coming
recommend
up.
denial.
Thank you. Seeing nobody else, I will close the public hearing portion. And Mr. Gordon, if you'd like 2 minutes for a rebuttal.
Okay, thank you once again. I would like to say that there is no association fee. I don't know of any board that we actually have at this association. Just want to make that comment for one. And the other thing is that, you know, my house is on a corner. I don't know how anybody would block a driveway from somebody adjacent to me, because my next door neighbor and my neighbor directly across the street have never had any complaints. I have letters from them stating that everything's been, you know, stellar since I've been doing this. And how can a next door neighbor right next to my house, you know, bordering with the wall, not hear any noise ever, and then everybody else hears things and sees things, and these are neighbors that are right next to me that have said that they've not. So.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Gordon.
Thank you.
I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Toussaint.
Mr. Gordon, thank you for your presentation, and thank you for the homeowners. You know, this is kind of a sticky wicket, because you have, according to code enforcement, you've had some problems at this house in the past. And I want to make sure that we don't continue with bad actors here. Excuse me. As far as being harmonious and compatible with the neighborhood, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. I just don't think I can support this tonight. I really don't, because of the past history on this property. I'm glad that you have taken the class and that you're trying to do something that's proper right now. But I think with the neighbors that were here and listening to what they had to say and looking at the past history, you will not have my support tonight. So I would move for denial.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward for City Council's consideration on January 16th, 2019.
Thank you. Moving on to items number 21 through 25. Number 21, abeyance renotification, GPA 74633, applicant KB Home, owner MS Northwest Land Company, for possible action request for a general plan amendment to amend the trails element of the Las Vegas 2020 master plan and all related maps of the northwest, northeast corners of Deer Springs Way and Grand Montecito Parkway, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item number 22, VAR, related item 22, VAR 75154, for possible action request for a variance to allow 641 parking spaces, where 811 is the minimum required for the two multifamily developments, Ward Staff recommends denial. Related item number 23, abeyance renotification SUP 74637 for possible action on request for a special use permit for proposed private street without a gate and multiple gated communities with private streets within Town Center, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Related item number 24, abeyance renotification SDR 74638 for possible action request for site development plan review for a proposed 303-lot single-family detached residential subdivision and 2 multifamily residential developments consisting of 3-story buildings with a total unit count of 491 apartments, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Related item number 25, abeyance renotification TMP 74639 for possible action request for a tentative map for proposed 303-lot single-family residential subdivision and 2 491-unit multifamily residential developments with a waiver to allow private streets to terminate in a dead-end stubs and modified hammerheads where cul-de-sac or hammerheads are required. Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing a mixture of single and multifamily residential developments in 5 units located on approximately 60.5 acres. The request includes a general plan amendment to remove trail alignments that are not needed and that can be accommodated through the proposed development, which staff supports. A parking variance is required for both of the proposed multifamily units with 441 spaces provided in Unit 4 where 501 are required, and 200 spaces provided in Unit 5 where 310 are required, which is a significant reduction. A special use permit is required for a private street without gates to connect Grand Montecito Parkway and Osa Blanca Road, bisecting the overall development. Within the Town Center Master Plan area, a site development plan is required for all residential subdivisions to establish development standards. A tentative map has also been requested with waivers to allow dead-end streets and modified hammerheads where cul-de-sacs or standardized hammerheads are required, and to allow no landscape buffers where 5-foot buffers are required in conjunction with retaining walls greater than 6 feet in height. Standardized cul-de-sacs and hammerheads provide the necessary space for vehicular maneuvering, especially for larger vehicles such as service and emergency vehicles. Landscape buffers provide areas for retaining walls to step back to allow a lessening of the negative impact that high walls have on the adjacent areas. The applicant has provided no unique or extraordinary circumstances to justify the reduction in parking and have created a self-imposed hardship. The requested waivers create potential safety issues for vehicular circulation and have a negative impact on the overall development. Staff recommends approval of the GPA but denial of all other requests. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. In this matter, I'm representing tonight KB Home, and then also associated with KB Home is Colita, which would be the multifamily developer of Living Elysian Communities. The first thing that I'd like to do is get your attention to the overhead here, because I think it's important to orient you to the location of the property. As you can see on the overhead here, the property that I'm going to be discussing tonight is highlighted in yellow. It is approximately 60.5 acres of property. This is located in Town Center. To the north of us is the Mountain Ridge Park. Mountain Ridge Little League, as you can see, is located just to the north of us in this area. To the south of us down along here is Timberlake, and over here is to our east is Osa Blanca, and dissecting through our property here is Montecito Parkway on the property itself. Some other unique characteristics of the property itself that you'll see here, there's about 14 different parcels of property that we have assembled for this type of a project. Running down north and south along this area, we have about a 60-foot wide public utility easement in this area, which is the Doe Brook alignment in this area. And in a matter of fact, as you can see in the alignment here, or in the yellow site plan area, from this portion here along Doe Brook over to Osa Blanca, it is in the town center for urban center mixed use. The other designation of the land plan on the other side of Doe Brook in this area, as I'm showing you, is Montecito Town Center. So not only is a property as it is dissected by other types of streets running through the property and has utilities running north and south through the property, but you are now also dealing with 2 different type of development standards within Town Center itself. So obviously, going through this process, it's been very complex. We've worked with your staff, Nicole, and everybody else. We spent many, many hours with her, your staff. We've spent many hours with Councilwoman Fiore and also Commissioner DeSalvio in trying to make sure we could get the application to where it is today. As a matter of fact, we had 2 neighborhood meetings with Timberlake. They're a very active single-family residential subdivision to the south of us. And when we first started this process, this is the site plan that we showed the Timberlake community. What you see here is essentially some of the single-family townhome product that we were proposing adjacent to Timberlake, along with another type of townhome product that KB Home was proposing, and then they were proposing some single-family residential further up north on the property itself. During the neighborhood meeting, we had approximately 25 to 30 neighbors in attendance, along with staff, and they brought up a variety of different issues with respect to what they would like to see on the plan itself. So we went back to the drawing board. KB went back to try to address many of these concerns. And the next page I'm going to show you is essentially what you see before you tonight is the revisions that we made to the plans itself. The plans that you see here in our second neighborhood meeting that we had with Timberlake, we expanded our radius because they asked us to expand the radius with respect to ensuring that we notified everybody within the Timberlake HOA vicinity. But more importantly, the second meeting, it was about an hour long, 45 minutes to an hour long meeting. We came back and we showed them this plan, and I believe they were in support of the changes that we made. We explained to them that we're going to have to work with staff and figure out how we're going to fit all the pieces of the puzzle together so we could get to this date where we are today, and then I could explain some of the applications that are before you. But what you see here is in yellow is you're going to see single-family detached homes that we're going to be proposing here that's before you tonight. As a matter of fact, what we're doing down here along the south border, along Timberlake in this area here, that you'll see is we're matching single-family homes with single-family homes. That's one of the things that the Timberlake residents asked us to do. The other thing that we did also is we continued with the KB smaller lot product over here on this side, which is on the west side of Doe Brook, north of Deer Springs along Montecito. We have some single-family residential homes that we're proposing in this area. The other component that we brought into the equation was bringing in Kalita itself. As many of you may know, and if you've seen the Kalita product in southern Nevada here in Clark County and in Las Vegas, it's a Class A type of development for multifamily, very high-end that they cater to. So up in this area, what we call in the northeast portion of the property is the Kalita product, the Elysian brand that you may see already being built and already existing throughout the valley. And we also had this, what we call the pork chop parcel, which I'll get into when I start talking about the variance itself that's before you. We also just plopped in a plan here just because we had to go fulfill our contract obligations and moving forward. But what I think is most importantly now, as I get into a little bit meat of the applications itself, is essentially what you see. This is Montecito Parkway. This north here is the Mountain Ridge Park. Over here is Oso Blanca, and this is the Deer Springs alignment and Timberlake in this area. So the application, the first one that you see is a general plan amendment for the trails alignment. In working with staff, what we did is actually, I think we've improved the circulation for the trails itself, is because with the previous plans and previous approvals, you did not have a trail that would go from west to east or east to west in this area. So with the new alignment and the road alignment that we worked with staff, we're also having the trail in that area going from east to west. So although we're eliminating the trail itself, we are making that proposal in here, and we've worked with staff. That's why they're recommending approval for the GPA, because we're actually improving the connectivity in this area that you currently have or what's been previously proposed or on your general plan itself for trails. That being said, then it gets into the next application, which is the variance, okay? Now, the variance, when you hear 170 parking stalls asked to be reduced from the requirements itself, it's a pretty hefty number. The fact of the matter is that number is, we're going to obviously lower it tonight. We've worked with staff. I have some proposed conditions. And the reason is what we call the pork chop parcel here. Well, we do not need to move forward with this item tonight. In essence, what I'm going to give you the condition here is that we're going to ask you to move forward with the project itself, but remove the pork chop parcel. And the reason is, and it's also notified in your staff report as Unit 5. The reason for that is because these plans aren't definitive. As a matter of fact, most of the variance that was requested, 110 spaces, was a part of the pork chop or Unit 5 parcel itself. So that being said, we would ask you, if you're inclined to approve the application, not to approve the application with this, which then gets us to the variance up here for the project for Kalita itself, the Elysian project, product. The Elysian product here, what we'd be asking for, because there's a typo within the staff report itself, essentially at the end of the day here, when we get down to the conclusion is, we'd be asking for a reduction down to 41 stalls, or to remove, to have 41 less stalls than what's required. The rationale here is fairly simple. There's a couple of reasons. Number one, if you're familiar with this area, there's a park and ride right up to the north. Number two, with the product that Kalita has been building throughout the valley, their parking counts of what they're proposing for this project is similar to existing projects that they have in Green Valley, in Clark County, of what they're already building. It's, as I said, it's a Class A project of what they're dealing with or proposing. Also, what you're seeing with this type of demographic nowadays is you're seeing people use more Uber and Lyft. Believe it or not, that is where people are today, and they prefer to use those modes of transportation than coming in and having and owning your own car. And then the last rationale for the justification for the reduction down of the 41 spaces that we're asking for is Las Vegas is definitely a unique area here compared to anywhere else in the country, because what you do have is you have 24/7 employment. What you have is you have casinos, securities, you have all different kind of aspects of demographics that are working in different job sectors. And what you have in these multifamily developments, and it's all around Southern Nevada, is you do not have a traditional 8 to 5 working schedule within these type of products. What you have is you have you have a regular 8 to 5 group, you have a swing shift and graveyard shift, etc. So because of that, you actually typically have more asphalt vacant parking than you actually do than what is being used in these products itself. So we would ask you, if you're inclined to approve the variance, it would be not to approve it subject to Unit 5, but approve the rest for what we call Unit 4 in here. And as I said, we work very closely with your staff as late as this afternoon with some conditions, so we can make sure we clarified everything there. With respect to the special use permit, and the remaining applications here, the use permit that we're asking for is this main street here, the Spine Street that you see that runs east and west. We're asking that to be private, okay? We've worked with your Public Works Department. Actually, Public Works was the one who recommended it to be private in this area so we can move forward with respect to the project of what we're proposing. What that means, a private street is, that means that we're going to have to maintain, we have the liability of the street. It's still going to act like a public street that you see throughout the Northwest. The only, I think, the good news here is the city does not have to be liable for it, and the city does not have to maintain it. So we work very closely with your staff in that, but however, we do need a special use permit to have a private street. We also have a special use permit because we have gated communities here for the single family, as I'm showing you in the area, along with the multifamily and the single family over here. Because of that, and we have private streets, we need the special use permit itself. So with respect to the site development plan and the tentative map, as I wrap everything up here, we would ask you to approve the application, as I said, between Montecito to Osa Blanca. And with that being said, I believe that addresses the variance to some of the concerns that we also had when those numbers popped out with respect to the variance requests of what was being asked for. I do know I did see some Timberlake neighbors that are here. I want to, obviously, I think they may be here to make some other comments on the plan itself. But the plan that you see before you here is essentially the same plan that we submitted to the neighbors when we met with them a few weeks ago and explaining to them that we're going to be moving forward with the plans that are here today. So with that being said, I will turn it over back to the Planning Commission and to the neighbors, and then see if there's any questions that I may need to answer.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? I see a few people. Mr. Gronauer, if you could step aside for me, please. We have 3 microphones. If I can get your name and address, if you're for or against, and I'll give everyone a minute to speak.
Warren Dayak, 8233 Thornbrook Court. I'm the president of Timberlake, the community adjacent to the south of this project. And as Mr. Gronauer said, they did meet with us and they did agree to flip the plan for us to make it more compatible with our homes, and we appreciate that. The issues that we have with the project is the density levels. I believe that the request for the variance to lower the parking spaces adds to that density issue. We have right now, their plan is only one major street running through the center of the community. So all traffic, in the event of emergency or something, pours onto Oso Blanco or Grand Montecito. Grand Montecito has a school and a wellness center on there that are already creating tremendous traffic issues in our community. Oso Blanco is a major construction area under the 95 construction that's happening with that spaghetti bowl type structure they're building up there. That project runs through 2024. The timing of this is rather bad. That road right now, when we come out of our gate on Oso Blanco and make the right to go to 215, which eventually Oso Blanco will run under 215 to Centennial Center, and that will be the route we'll have to get onto 95 South, that traffic backs up, and sometimes you sit there for half an hour waiting for a light. Add 303 single-family homes, 491 apartments. The traffic's going to be a nightmare. Other than that, they've worked with us, but the density issues and that heavy traffic issues are the ones I'm concerned about.
Thank you, Warren.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Dottie Miller, member of the board of Timberlake. And I just want to say that Bob Gronauer has worked with us, and we do appreciate that. And my concern right now is I'm also involved with the NDOT regarding Oso Blanco. They're going to widen that to 4 lanes, and they're only going to go up to Deer Springs, this NDOT. So what happens north of that, where this project is, as far as widening the road? Is KB going to do that? Is Colita going to do that? How is that going to work? The other concern I have is the drainage coming through. When we spoke, it was going to be coming out to Oso Blanco. So again, with the NDOT, that could be a problem. The trail that Bob spoke about that goes through the community is only one way in, one way out. That concerns me with the density of this project. Also, the cul-de-sacs that they don't want to do anymore. That's kind of like Richmond American has, and there's people parking everywhere because they don't have a specific parking spot. The perimeter wall, we talked about with them backing up to our wall. We have a wall, and they didn't want to put a wall, but then they said they were going to do a wall, so I really want to clarify that on the north side of our community. What is the density cap? Because we keep hearing about the density. They have a cap that I'd like to know what that is. Also, I don't care for the apartments. We were told originally they were going to be townhouses and then changed to apartments, although the way they flipped it was a good thing. I think that's about it as far as...
Thank you very much, Dottie.
Yeah, one more thing. On the north side of the community, those homes are going to be single-story or two-story that back up to our community? I'm not sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else like to be heard? I see one gentleman. Anyone else in the public like to be heard on this item? You can come up. Need your name and address, sir, for the record.
Yeah, my name is Tim Miller, 8213 Mountain Heather Court. Basically got one concern and basically one question for Bob. Our common, on Deer Springs, where the common wall is at for our model homes are at, that's where the issue is going to be at, where they're supposed to use our common wall or do something there to make sure that you don't get the homeless in there or whatever, sleeping behind two walls, basically. And the other one is, I'm under the understanding that Bob told us that the homes that are going to be behind Deer Springs, where our model homes are at, heading north towards the park, they are supposed to be single-story homes only. I'm hearing different stories now. I'm not sure. Somebody needs to educate me. Other than that, thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Seeing no one else from the public, I will have the applicant come up for a couple of minutes on a rebuttal. 2 minutes. And then I'll turn it over to the commission for discussion.
Okay, I'm going to try to hit a couple points here fairly quickly. Number one, with the traffic circulation, one of the things that you see on Osa Blanca that was mentioned is that is not fully developed today. There is a condition in there that we have to build an 80-foot wide street. As you guys know, an 80-foot wide street is a fairly wide street. It's not your 60 or the size street that you have out on Osa Blanca today. So it's essentially going to, and I was just confirming, is almost just about double the size of the street that's already there. We're required to work with NDOT. NDOT has plans within Osa Blanca and to connect to the Freeway 215 and US 95, which is further to the south, which is down in this area here. So with respect to the traffic circulation, we've worked fairly closely with your staff. And matter of fact, the previous approval for the mall that was here, which was much more intense and dense than what we're proposing here, did not have a connectivity road here. So by adding this connector road in here that goes east and west has alleviated a lot of the future concerns that the neighbors may have. But if anything, we've definitely addressed the traffic circulation in this area. And I believe in your backup, if you look at the traffic information that they provided, we're well below the levels that are normally required or expected to be on those type of streets with this project. When this was initially approved, for the mall itself, was approved for 1.5 million square feet of commercial retail space, and was also approved for 900 residential units. When we came to the first neighborhood meeting, I believe we had about 791 total units. Where we are at today is, I believe, when you remove this pork chop portion out, it's going to be about 609 units. And as we explained to them, is we have to hit a certain unit density count, and the reason is because the master plan on here, the land plan designation, requires us to be about 12 units to the acre, 12.1 to 25. So we had to make sure by adding the multifamily in here, it allowed us to do the buffering with the single family. So it's a better plan, and I believe actually the result from the townhomes, what we were initially proposing, this definitely works in this area because you have a proven multifamily developer who does a Class A product. You have a large home builder who's going to come in here and build up this area here and definitely be a great buffer to what has already been previously approved, which is more dense and tense. So that being said, I can answer any other questions that you might have.
Thank you, and I'll quickly just say I've followed this through, I guess, through the abayances and just the different site plans that have come through, and I feel like the applicant has worked a lot, as they stated, with staff and with the neighborhood, which, and I'm sure Commissioner DeSalvio can expand on that. And I wish you didn't call it the pork chop. I wish it was the tomahawk chop. I don't eat pork, but.
If you're from Florida State, I guess, then we can call it the tomahawk chop.
But I feel like there's been a lot of positive effort that's gone into the project, so you will be seeing my support tonight. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chairman. Bob, I don't say it often, but thank you very much for doing what you did and working so closely with the Timberland homeowners and the association. I know this has been going on for months, and I can tell you going back to 2008 before the economy crashed and it was set, like you said, to be a mall, it was way more intense. And for the homeowners to have back up to actual homes instead of commercial is a huge plus for that area. I think it's even going to raise probably their property values, knowing now that's going to be filled in with something other than a strip mall. With that said, I know you guys work tirelessly on it. I've worked with the councilwoman with it. We've worked out the issues. As you know, I had concerns with the parking of 170 spots short. That was my my big problem. We worked on it. We're 41 spots short, but I also know, like we said, we have the park and ride that's close, and not everybody nowadays is driving. There is a lot of Uber, there is a lot of Lyft, so I think the 40 works. As you know, my other concern was it, did each unit have a designated spot? And you said yes. So if it was a 2 or 3 bedroom, somebody might have to catch that spot when somebody's working days and swings. I get that. But to have such a beautiful design, backing up residence to residence and not buildings, and using the buildings along buffers for the freeway in Osa Blanca, and Kalida's brand is top of the line. It truly is. It's top of the line. I don't think it gets any better. Their finishes are gorgeous. The councilwoman made sure that something had to go in here that was harmonious and compatible, and it is, because like Mr. Gronauer said before, there was no road cutting through there. So if you thought you had a traffic problem, you were really going to have one, because the limited access was not designed very well. This one, months and months have went into it, and again, I totally thankful that the homeowners got involved. We don't get to see that very often, to have 25, 30 people turn out, and a majority of those people support it, and then also get with the developer, and actually the developer flip in your behalf and move things around. That's a huge undertaking. In 18 months I've been here, I've only seen it maybe one other time. So I think you guys got a beautiful product. It fits, it's harmonious, it's compatible, and with that said, I would make a motion for approval.
Before you do, I just want to say thanks to Bob for coming out this morning and explaining the project to me, because I read the staff report and it was fairly lengthy, and I had a ton of questions, and you were able to answer all my questions for me. So, and everything you disclosed to me is what you disclosed tonight. So I'm glad to see this plan and not the previous plan. So with that, I'll let
Commissioner DeSalvio, and one thing, Commissioner DeSalvio, I think if we're dropping out the tomahawk chop piece, then there would be conditions that staff would add, I believe.
I would make that motion
With that, okay, great. So I'll let you, oh, you made the motion. Okay, there's a motion on the floor for approval. Please cast your vote. For
item 21, with any staff conditions.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, through you, the only additional conditions will be on one of the variances, the site review and the tentative map, and I'll read those in as we get to them.
Thank you very much. That motion carries.
Make a motion for approval on item number 22, VAR 75154, with all staff conditions.
Mr. Chairman, through you, we have an added condition on this variance, 75154, and that condition should read, the variance is approved for a total of 460 parking spaces, where 501 parking spaces are required for the multifamily Unit 4 development only. The multifamily Unit 5 requested parking variance is not a part of this approval.
I'm fine.
And the applicant agrees?
Yes, I do agree.
Okay, I make a motion for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries. And
motion for approval on item 23, VAR 75154, with all staff recommending approval.
there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, motion to approve item number 24, VAR 75154, with all staff condition.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Mr. Chairman, through you, for item 24, SDR 74638, we have an added condition that reads, the site development plan review is approved for a total of 306 multifamily units for multifamily Unit 4 only. Multifamily Unit 5 shall not be part of this approval.
And I'm in agreement with that condition.
With that said, make a motion for approval with those conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
And, Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, on number 25, are we making the motion to hold that item?
No, we're going to approve it, and we have a condition on number 25.
Okay, so motion to approve item 25, SUP 74637.
And
With
Mr.
all
Chairman,
conditions.
through you, we have an added condition on that one, TMP 74639, that reads, multi-unit 5 shall not be part of the tentative map approval.
There's a motion.
And I do agree to the conditions.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, just for the record, I will continue to work with the neighbors before the city council meeting. Again, I want to thank Nicole, Peter, and the whole staff. They've done a great job of working with us there. And the last message is, I want to wish all of you a happy holiday season and a happy new year. I'll see you next year. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, those items will all go forward to City Council and be heard as their first meeting of the new year on January 16th, 2019.
Thank you. And happy holidays, Bob.
Take care.
Item number 26, abeyance ZON 73549, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action request from a rezoning from C1 MPD R5 and RPD 19 to TC4, T4C, T5C, T5N, T5M, T5N, T6UG, and T6UGL in the Las Vegas Medical District, generally located south of US 95, western of Interstate 15, north of Charleston Boulevard, and east of Rancho Drive, Ward 1 and 5. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
So, Mr. Chairman, I will be giving the staff report on this one because unfortunately our long-range planning manager couldn't be with us this evening. So this is the zoning action for the Las Vegas Medical District pilot area of the form-based code implementation. Council has adopted those form-based code standards. At their last meeting, they did approve the general plan related to this project, and we would ask staff that you, or as staff, we would ask the Planning Commission to approve this zoning change so that we can move forward with the implementation of the form-based code within that pilot area of the medical district. Thank you.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item, please come forward. Seeing no one from the public, I will turn it over to the commission for discussion.
Thank you.
Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Chairman Cherry. I have no discussion. As a matter of fact, my recommendation would be to approve item 26.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams. There's a motion on the floor. Commissioner Rausch.
I apologize. I will be abstaining from this item as I own property in the medical district and want to avoid any conflict of interest, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rouse, for the disclosure. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Commissioner Rausch, did you have the abstain? Thank you. No problem. And that motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That item will move forward to City Council and be heard as a part of their January 16th, 2019 agenda.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 27, abeyance SUP 74656, applicant owner 2800 Fremont LLC for possible action request for a special use permit for multifamily residential use at the northeast corner of Oakey Boulevard and Atlantic Street, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Related item number 28, abeyance SUP 74781 for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed 13,651 square foot package liquor off sale establishment use. Staff recommends denial. And related item number 29, abeyance SDR 74657 for possible action request for a site development plan review for proposed two-story, 344-unit multifamily residential development and a 132,664 square foot commercial development with a waiver to allow commercial buildings to not be located at the minimum front setback line where such is required. Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing a mixture of commercial and residential development that includes a grocery store, offices, restaurant with drive-through, and a mini storage facility with truck rental and RV storage along the Fremont Street right-of-way. A waiver is requested to allow the buildings along Fremont Street to not be oriented to the frontage, with parking areas located to the side and rear. Multifamily apartments are proposed behind the commercial uses with access from Fremont Street. The proposed development does not qualify as a mixed-use development as there is no vertical integration of uses as required. All the proposed uses are permitted within the existing C2 General Commercial Zoning District. However, the requested packaged liquor off-sale establishment to be located within the grocery store in the multifamily development that does not qualify as a mixed use both require approval of special use permits. Staff is recommending denial of the site review due to the lack of integration between the residential and commercial uses and the requested waiver to allow buildings to not be located adjacent to the public right-of-way, as well as the associated special use permits. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening. Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. With me is the applicant's architect, Gerald Shirley. He'll be having the site development plan review at the end of my presentation, but to shorten the time, he'll try to follow my presentation. This application is for a special use permit and site development plan review for a proposed multifamily residential use and a packaged liquor use in a general retail store. The project is on 25 acres located on the northeast corner of Oakey Boulevard and Atlantic Street with commercial frontage along Fremont Street in a C2 zone. A portion of the site was the former Showboat Hotel and Casino. The project consists of 344 multifamily residential units with 22 two-story buildings, a 132,644 square foot commercial development consisting of a one-story, 13,651 square foot general retail store with gas pumps and canopy, a one-story, 2,000 square foot freestanding restaurant, and approximately 26,000 square feet of a medical and/or dental office building, and a two-story, finally, 90,000 square foot mini storage warehouse facility with accessory truck rental and recreational vehicle storage. A portion of this site is within the city's redevelopment area. This project is technically proposed as a mixed use consisting of residential and commercial uses. However, staff determined, as you heard, that since the development is not vertically integrated, as required by code for this area, the use cannot be considered a mixed use and requires a special use permit for the residential portion. The project includes several waivers and exceptions that we're asking. Number one, a waiver to allow the commercial buildings along Fremont to be set back from the minimum setback line. This is to allow parking on both sides of the commercial buildings. This is especially required for the medical and or dental buildings, since suites will be located at both sides of the building. And number two, a waiver to allow 7-foot wide perimeter landscape buffers along the buffers along portions of the south and west property lines. This is because of the existing block walls in these areas, and that will remain new. That will remain, and new walls in the other areas will include wrought iron fences. Also, we're asking for exception to not provide the required 447 square foot common plaza area. And the fourth one is staff is requiring 11 additional trees along Fremont Street and the north side of the property. We agree to meet code, and if code shows we're deficient, we will not ask for a waiver. The fifth exception is to reduce the number of trees in the residential parking lot. And the sixth one is increase the packaged liquor area to 13%, where 10% is required. And finally, the seventh is the exception to provide one less loading area. 2 are provided on the site adjacent to the medical building. The mini storage facility does not need one. We would also ask that because of the size of this project, that we be permitted to have 3 years to commence. With that, Mr. Shirley will now complete the discussion of the site development plan.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Gerald Shirley, Polaris Design Studio, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. Just kind of piggybacking on the presentation that Mr. Brown just gave, the way our site is designed is we have the commercial pushed up against the Fremont thoroughfare and the multifamily pushed back to the rear of the site. The commercial provides a buffer between the Fremont thoroughfare and the multifamily. We're proposing 3 points of entry into the site. There's an existing traffic light up here at the Lowe's that we would utilize. There is a right in, right out at the central entryway, and then we would have a left in, left out, and right out at the third point of entry. We've designed the buildings and the site to be contiguous and provide patrons an easy way to traverse through the site. That concludes our presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? I have a couple people. If you guys could just step to the side. We have 3 microphones. I'll need your name and address for the record if you're for or against.
Good evening, Mike Ganson, 1100 South 6th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'd like to make a comment about selling singles, as I have previously, that the establishment should not be selling single containers, should be cases or whatever people drink out of, except singles. And then the idea of the storage facility, we have a problem in my neighborhood, the John S. Park neighborhood, that there's a storage facility there where quite a few people are living there. And there's no real enforcement of it or not. It's just a nightmare. People living in that, and we want to make sure that this doesn't continue down there on Fremont Street, and that I'll let you people deal with how you want to deal with it, but please, no living in those facilities is just another nightmare. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ganson. Can I get your name and address, please, for the record?
Yeah, my name is Norm Williams, and I live at 2721 Howard Drive.
Could you pull the mic down a little bit, Norm?
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, my parents bought this house in 1967, and my family's had it for 50 years. We live just a few blocks from this property, and I'm pretty familiar with this whole area, and my concern is that if you put 340 apartments in there, that it's just going to be in 5 to 10 years after you do that, it's going to just be another extension of Charleston, East Charleston. And East Charleston from Fremont Street down to Palm Avenue is just, it's a terrible neighborhood. And my neighborhood is a terrible neighborhood. Along Fremont Street, along Thoroughfare, there's prostitution out there every day, from morning to night. And Charleston is an area for drug activity, drug sales. It's out in the open. Nothing's ever done about it. So adding apartments down there on that particular corner is just going to add to the high density and the crime that's already there.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Williams. Can you use your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Efrain Gonzalez, 2401 Wangard Avenue.
What was your first name, Mr. Gonzalez?
Efrain, E-F-R-A-I-N.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and I am an owner of one of the smaller complexes on Wangard Avenue, and we normally have about 5 to 10% vacancy, if not a little bit more. We've been working for several years to get that that complex up to rentable condition, and we're being successful at that. Now, plopping down 344 units right across the street from us will be devastating to our business. And right now, with the vacancy rate that goes on with the rest of the complexes in the area, I can't see this being any good for the neighborhood. And to ditto the comments that the previous person said, it is a bad area, and we are trying our best to get it to a better area. So keeping the amount of apartments that we're proposing here will be good. So I'm in full denial of this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
State your name and address for the record, please. If there's anyone else, you please come to the podium. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Richard Stevens at 2636 Breakers Creek Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada 89134. And my family happens to own the property that's just on the other side of his property on the corner of Oakey and Fremont Street. The thing is, we've had the property for 65 years. And my concern is that we have a business over there, and for the last year or so, the homeless situation has gotten very, very bad, and so they have been just living in this area right in here. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, this area right in here.
Mr. Stevens, if
And,
you could use the microphone,
they
thank you.
just- Oh, excuse me. They just tore the wall down. But the thing is my concern here is now with them constructing, and I don't know how long it's going to take, this is just going to be a magnet for homeless to come and steal. And so, again, so my concern here is that while they're building it, and then like the other gentleman said, after it's built, what are they going to do about security? Is security just going to be a drive-by by a security company a couple of times a night and that's it? Or is it going to be in-house, where there's a permanent individual or individuals? Because, again, the area is just a magnet for prostitution, drugs, and I'm sure all of you are aware of that. And I just don't know if that's going to change with this project. I think it's a great project, but my concern, again, was with the security. So if they could see what they want to do to address that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Seeing no one else, we'll close the public hearing portion and ask the applicant to come back up, and I'll give you 2 minutes for a rebuttal.
So very quickly, as far as the security, the last gentleman, we are going to have security. We're going to have a lot of things there, and we're going to make sure nothing's taken in. Not to mention the apartments will certainly have, security when they're built. As far as the singles, I think that's a business licensing issue. We'll address at that time when we go forward for licensing as to what we can sell and what we can't sell. As far as the storage is concerned, we're using Storage One, Jim Hammer. They've done a good job throughout the community, and we're sure they'll do a good job here. And they always have a manager on duty to make sure that no one's living in units and nothing's happening at the location that shouldn't be. As far as the gentleman was concerned about his apartment complex, first of all, by revitalizing the area, we think we're going to help him. Secondly, we're asking, as I said earlier, not to commence for 3 years. It's going to give him a lot of time to finish, taking care of any vacancy issues that he has. So with that, we'd ask for your approval.
Thank you. And I'll start off by saying the one thing that did resonate with me was the concern about in the storage units, making sure that people aren't living in there. I understand who the person you have proposed coming
Yes.
in and the product they build, and that is an important thing. I think it's an important concern to me. One thing I will say to the people, to the public that came up for comments, I know Commissioner Roush, myself, Commissioner Schlottman, we've all built housing in very difficult neighborhoods and with the same conditions as that's been stated for this parcel, and I feel like we've all in some way raised that neighborhood with the product that's out there, turning lights on that were dark before, and having neighbors that are truly vested in the neighborhood and that care about it. And to build in today's conditions, the construction costs and projects are so difficult to put together, you have to have a competitive edge, which puts you in a box that you have a product that is above something that was stated tonight, which is more slums. So I feel I'll be able to support the applications that come forward. Commissioner Roush, I see your light on before I go to Commissioner Schlottman.
Yeah, thank you, and then I'll let anyone else speak, and Commissioner Schlottman, of course, it's your area, so please speak last. I'm very much in favor of this. I think that the area needs it, and I couldn't have said it better than Chairman Cherry did. The reality is that as hard as we work on the homeless problem, it's just such a bigger issue than we can get our arms around fast enough, and the more development we have, I think the more that it takes away blighted areas and the less opportunity there is for tent cities to pop up. And so I'm very excited to see this happen. It's a very deep site. It's a very large site. It's been vacant since the Showboat was torn down. We'd really like to see something built there. Boulder Highway is a long expanse. It's a fast-moving street. At first I had some concerns about the convenience store and about, the access from the apartments to the convenience store. We see that instance in a lot of cases around the city. Some people want singles. Some people don't want singles. In the case of Boulder Highway, it's such a major arterial. I don't think that kids are going to be wandering up and down Boulder Highway looking for attractive nuisances as much as we would see in a neighborhood. So in this case, I just don't have as big of a problem with it. I hope that the builder, as he executes on the plan, creates natural and physical buffers that prevent kids from drifting into the convenience store areas and traffic areas. But with that, I'm very much in support of it, and I'm excited for the renderings that I see, and I'm glad to see something built there finally. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Toussaint.
Yes, I'm really excited about this project. You know, as a little girl, I used to ride my bicycle over to the showboat and go bowling, so I'm really familiar with this area. And it needs something. It needs a shot in the arm, and I think this is exactly what is needed to bring this community back up to where it was years ago. So you'll have my support on this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this property, I think, has been vacant since 2005. And, you know, the first community that I built was on 11th and Carson, and that was back in 2005. And there was prostitution, drugs, pimps, everything that you can imagine around the community, going up Fremont, all the way down to Las Vegas Boulevard. And now you don't see that because the area has been revitalized. And if we can keep building good projects and projects that aren't cookie cutter, projects that actually look good like this particular project, it'll demand higher rents. And I did meet with the applicant yesterday, and pretty much everything that he represented today, or yesterday, was what he represented today. I'm happy to hear that he is following staff's recommendation for street trees and the other conditions. Got a question for staff, and on selling singles, is that strictly a business licensing issue, or is that something that we condition here?
Mr. Chairman, through you, it's, excuse me, it's not a condition that we put on as a standard condition. It's usually been through the request of either the Planning Commission or City Council.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other comments, I'm ready to make a motion.
Please do.
On abeyance item SUP 74656, I would move to approve based on testimony heard tonight. However, making a modification to item condition number 2 to state the approval shall be void within 3 years, not 2 years.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that is my motion.
Just wondering about that language. Maybe staff can clean that up a little bit. Void is probably the...
Basically, all I wanted to do was change from 2 years to 3 years.
Maybe
everything else remains the same within the condition.
Okay.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And you agreed to that condition, correct?
Yes,
Yeah,
thank you.
Thanks. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 28, advance SUP 74781, I would move to approve, modifying, I think it's condition number 3. Condition number 3, striking the word 2 and putting the word 3. 3 years.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor, and you agree to that condition?
Yes.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
And then, Mr. Chairman, on advance item 29, SDR 74657, I would move to approve. And staff, can you help me find the... I'd like to change condition number 2, striking the word 2 years and adding in the word 3 years.
Mr. Brown, do you agree?
I agree.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those items are final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you very much. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Happy holidays. Moving on to item number 30, abeyance SDR 74296, applicant owner 3250 Spring Mountain Trust, for possible action request for a major amendment to a previously approved site development plan review for proposed 2,900 square foot restaurant with a drive-through with a waiver of the interim downtown Las Vegas setback at a 1141 South Las Vegas Boulevard, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to add a restaurant with drive-through to a previously approved commercial center. The site is located in the Las Vegas Boulevard Scenic Byway and the Gateway District of Area 1 of the Downtown Master Plan. The applicant is requesting waivers of the plan for the build-to requirement to allow the building to be set back for the drive-through and for parking, to allow 37 spaces where 91 would normally be required. This application was last heard at the 11/13 Planning Commission meeting, but was obeyed to allow the applicant to work with staff to limit the traffic access from the site to the adjacent residential neighborhoods. The applicant is proposing to provide pavement marking, signage, and breakaway bollards for one-way ingress of the southern driveway. Egress from the site would be from the driveway along Las Vegas Boulevard. Staff has recommended denial as the waivers are self-imposed and do not further the master plan goals of creating a strong, pedestrian-friendly street frontage. In addition, the intensification of the use and the limited parking proposed to accommodate it could negatively impact the adjacent residential development to the east.
Thank you. Before I turn it over, I'd like to disclose that I do live within the notification area. I don't feel it affects me in a greater or lesser way, so we'll be voting on the application tonight. Can you get your name and address, please, for the record?
Yes, Alan Jeske, 102 Mayflower, North Las Vegas, Nevada, 89030. So we did meet with Public Works and staff and Councilman Coffin, and we did listen to your recommendations from the last meeting. And along Park Paseo right here, with staff, you know, these flexible bollards, creating a 12-foot opening, still allowing fire trucks and emergency access through this area. We're going to go ahead and stripe this area. This right here would be a do not enter sign, do not enter sign. Up here, this sign would say a no exit, and then also out of the drive-through, a left turn only arrow. So we did meet with staff. We appreciate their input and their help on the project.
Okay, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Please give your name and address to the record if you're for or against. And I'll give you a minute for each person. If you could just step
Mike
this way.
Ganson, 1100 South 6th Street. Just a Tiger Woods wedge. I live from that property. I think we need to, Public Works needs to take a look at on-street parking along Park Paseo. I think if this is a good plan, but I think if we're going to move forward on this, we need to take the on-street parking off of Park Paseo due to Mansion 54. And that was another event that invaded my neighborhood without us knowing about it, and we got the honor of being able to go out there and pick the trash up once again, as we've been doing for the last 20 years there from the previous owner. So the new owners have not helped the neighborhood, and I think we need to get the traffic off of Park Paseo. We need to get the parked cars off there, and this is a good plan. He's done a good job there on the project, and it looks good, but I'd like to see some kind of amendment to make sure that there's no on-street parking on Park Paseo.
Thank you, Mr. Ganson.
Thank you.
For your comments. Anyone else like to be heard? We have one more person, it looks like. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Yes, Mia Rose, 1103 South 6th Street. I'm at the T at Park Paseo, so I can observe the whole, can I talk here too? Probably.
Yeah, sure.
I can observe this whole thing going down Las Vegas, from Park Paseo to Las Vegas Boulevard, because I'm right there. Anyways, I'm happy that they have this. The initial meetings we had with the contractors and the designers was that there would only be entry in on Park Paseo and entry out onto Las Vegas Boulevard, and that was agreed upon. So I see that it's still remaining that way, but I'm not sure that these do not enter or one way is going to work, because people don't pay attention to signs. So there should be some kind of way that they are not allowed to go out. I don't know how they could design something, but nobody listens to, they come in exits and go out entrances, and I mean, I don't know. It could be a hassle. I think Mike's idea, too, of the no parking on Park Paseo or paint all those curbs red now would be a real plus. Because this is our historic district, our residential neighborhoods. We don't need the excess traffic and parking. So I don't know, a drive-through, that wasn't supposed to be. Again, you've got the carbon monoxide, you've got, that wasn't in the original plan, and that's not what the John S. Park neighborhood meetings that we had with the contracts, they never mentioned that, ever. So now all of a sudden there it is, and we keep giving variances. That's what I hear all the time. They come up, they say this is the way it's going to be, and the next minute they change it. So I wish maybe people pay better attention to keeping things the way the neighbors and the contracts originally designed it. I mean, where this huge drive-through restaurant came from, I don't know. It seems to me it's going to be trash, and that's what they throw out now. I pick up trash every morning from off the Strip. I mean, we can add do not litter signs. I don't know if that'll do good either, but no, that's going to be a hassle, and it wasn't the way we arranged it.
Thank you, Ms. Rose, for your comments. Appreciate you coming out. Mr. Figler?
Thank you, Chairperson Cherry, members of the Planning Commission. David Figler, 1302 South 6th Street, in the capacity of the president of the John S. Park neighborhood, in which this property is located in our footprint. I understand it's a commercial center, but there is a bit of history that this Planning Commission needs to know about on how we got to this point and why the neighborhood is against the allowance of a drive-through restaurant, which was not part of the original site plan and certainly not in the way that's being presented now. Initially, I think the Planning Commission knows there was a dilapidated building with a sex shop in there. It was grandfathered in. The neighbors were opposed to it being able to expand because it would be non-conforming. Somehow the property owner was able to insert a text amendment. There was a lot of back and forth, and that text amendment applied only to this one property. They're the only ones that take advantage of it, and so the allowance of expansion of that sex shop was able to go forward with a site plan that was presented to the neighborhood about 2 or so years ago. The neighbors never signed off on the site plan, but this was a site plan that was presented to us, and Councilman Coffin said to us, well, you always have the ability to object to the site plan, but certainly we're not going to approve any variances. They're going to have to conform with the site plan. The benefit that they've gotten here is this text amendment, which allows them to expand their sex shop business. So that, if you look at this entire commercial property, there's actually 3 parts to it. There's the new building that they just created. That has no bearing on this drive-through at all. That's going forward. That commercial property that Commissioner Roush likes so much, that's happening, whether or not you approve this pad or not, and these variances or not. Then there's the dilapidated building, which they have some plan with for more commercial. Great. That's right along Las Vegas Boulevard. What was not contemplated, which was not part of the site plan, was to have some sort of drive-through. The intensity, as staff points out, is incompatible with the historic neighborhood and is in direct conflict with the John S. Park neighborhood plan. We have 2 other drive-through restaurants that are near the neighborhood. One's at 1125 East Charleston. That's the Burger King. One is at St. Louis and Vegas Boulevard. That's the Carl's Jr. I called Metro to ask for the crime statistics related to them, and frankly, you don't have those in front of you. They are criminal clubhouses. These are places that there is illegal activity happening on a daily basis because there is no way to marshal it. Now, this has been a bad neighbor for 20 years. They don't marshal the property. They're not marshaling it right now. We have documentation of homeless living on the property as this construction is happening with a security guard there. There are numerous fights. There's trash. The graffiti is continuing. They have no ability to actually police or maintain that area. But the intensity of having what's potentially a 24-hour drive-through fast food restaurant, when we know exactly how those types of property impact our specific neighborhood. Now, whatever sort of cosmetic signage they're going to try to put up to limit the traffic study, the nominal one that was done by the Plan Commission and the staff that's included in the packet, it suggests an exponential increase in the traffic. With other properties in that neighborhood, the Mansion 54 is mentioned, Ron DeCar, et cetera, there is no way that our little neighborhood, which contains 6th Street, which is the only arterial between Charleston and Oakey, without either taking life into one's own hands or essentially putting yourself in harm's way, is going to increase as well.
Wrap up, please.
Absolutely, and I appreciate the time to be able to explain that this particular site use was not presented to us, and we opposed the old one, not the one with all these variances. There needs to be neighborhood meetings on this one, guys and ladies. The neighborhood cannot sustain it as is. Perhaps if you don't approve this, they'll move forward with the development that they have that is allowed, and then once they are on their operation, et cetera, then they could come to neighborhood with whoever their tenant is, or you could put reasonable restrictions on the operation times, et cetera. The neighbors aren't opposed to a restaurant going in there, but a drive-through restaurant is absolutely incompatible, and the intensity, as pointed out by staff, would make this an improper project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I see one more person. Is there anyone else in the public that wants to be heard? Okay, you're the last one.
Can we put this
I'll need your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Kathy Riccardi, 1110 5th Place. So I'm at 5th Place in Park Paseo, and yesterday I was on Park Paseo, and I wanted to turn on to 5th Place, and there was a small car parked, I would say, right at the intersection there, and I could barely get by. The thought that people and streams of cars would drive onto a quaint, historic side street for 24 hours a day to buy some burgers or get some shakes and fries, which are available on every corner in Las Vegas, is ludicrous. It's a small side street, folks. And I think the first street, I don't know if the first street is 5th Place, but these homes are very charming. Everybody in the neighborhood is extremely invested and have been invested for, I don't know, 50, 60, 70 years. The house that I own was built in 1948, and I'm lovingly restoring it. And behind me is Thunderbird Motel and Ron DeCar. And then we have Love Sex Shop. Do we really need this?
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yes. I don't need to be at Chick-fil-A to know that I can smell Chick-fil-A 500 feet away from it. And that's another huge concern of mine, because here we are, we're just discussing the drive-through, but we're not discussing the loading or the unloading for the supplies and all of that. Where does that happen? And there's also the attendant odor and the homeless picking through the trash. And I just think that, you know what, it is also part of the historical district.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I will give the applicant 2 minutes for rebuttal, and then I'll turn it over to the commission for discussion.
You know, I mean, as far as the traffic, I still think most of the traffic is going to be going down Las Vegas Boulevard, turning into the entrance off Las Vegas Boulevard. If it's Las Vegas Boulevard traffic and not neighborhood traffic, I could see, you know, if it's neighborhood traffic, I could see them using the Park Paseo entrance, but if it's already Las Vegas bound traffic, I can see them using the entrance off of Las Vegas Boulevard coming in. Right now, what sits on the property where the existing retail shop is approximately 5,000 square feet. That obviously is coming down to put in a 2,000 or a 3,000 square foot just under a 3,000 square foot building. And I ask for your approval of this submittal.
Thank you very much. And I'll turn it over to the commission for discussion. I'll quickly start off by saying I do remember in the old site plan with the one-way coming in represented and a building there, it did not show a drive-through at the time. And it might have been represented, but it wasn't on the site plan. And I go back and forth, and I just think about, you know, one, what the city's initiative with drive-throughs on Las Vegas Boulevard, but two, how many times I've seen, and I don't know what the tenant is planned to be, that hasn't been stated, but, or maybe it's not even known, I'm not asking, but how many times I've seen in other commercial developments around town where, say, an In-N-Out or Chick-fil-A or whatever it is comes in, and they didn't really anticipate the intensity of what they're driving to that location, and they've now zigzagged and chopped up a commercial parking lot to try to make something work. In a lot of cases, they do make it work because they're adjacent to a much bigger commercial lot, and they can make that happen. But in this case, I'm struggling with it. It's not the fact that there'd be a building there. It is just with the drive-through. I'm going to let it sit there for my comments, but Commissioner Roush, I see your light on.
Yes. Apologize, I've got whatever Commissioner Toussaint has. I wanted to thank Mr. Figler for making it so abundantly clear that, yes, I am in favor of commercial development. That said, I'm also very sensitive to the neighborhood, and I'm sensitive of the arguments that he made. I know not the applicant, but the applicant's representative, Mr. Jeske. He builds a quality product. I know him well. However, that doesn't negate the fact that the use is invasive to the neighborhood, and I'm very sensitive to that. Has the neighborhood and staff looked into any type of traffic barricading so that traffic can't come into the neighborhood on this street? Because I know that's something that is done in other neighborhoods. It's been done on Rancho before, over in the Scotch 80s area. It's been done in other neighborhoods. I just think that maybe that might be a solution if there's a gate there and there's no way for traffic to get in, and maybe the gate is exit only for the residents. Something like that is something you might want to consider. It'd be my suggestion. Because otherwise, I think that, you know, my vote is probably going to be that I don't want to negatively impact the neighborhood. It's true what everyone has said. It's a very narrow street. Traffic is going to look for another circulation so that they can turn left in some other way. They can't. It's hard to get across Las Vegas Boulevard right there, turning left. I think you're going to get a lot of folks that are going to try to bypass the boulevard and get over to Sahara by going through the neighborhood, or get over to Charleston by cutting through the neighborhood. And I really see that as an issue. Chick-fil-A, just look at Rancho and Sahara and the amount of cars that back up there. When they first opened, I think they had 50 cars in the parking lot, and they had to redesign the whole entire parking lot for traffic circulation and stacking, and they have a double drive-through there now. So there's a lot to be considered here, and I'm very sensitive to that, and I'm leaning towards denying this application simply because there's just way too many complications to the neighborhood. So those are my comments, and I'd strongly encourage the neighborhood and the developer to work together to try to cordon off access.
Thank you. Commissioner Toussaint.
Yeah, for someone who went to John S. Park and who loves this area and whose stepdad lived on Park Paseo back in the 50s and 60s, I'm just not in favor of a drive-through. I can tell you that when I go home from these commission meetings and I'm driving up Lake Mead Boulevard, there are people 2 o'clock in the morning, 20 deep at Jack in the Box. I mean, people on the Strip are going to go through this drive-through from midnight to 4 in the morning when they're getting off of work. I just don't think this is harmonious or compatible with the John S. Park vision. I just really don't. And I am conflicted. I really am. I love to see business thrive. I love seeing business, and I love seeing development. And I love driving around town and seeing everybody building stuff. But I just think a drive-through is just not compatible with this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner DeSalvio.
Thank you. I just got a couple questions. I do remember this application. I do remember us asking if he would put special signage up, and I get it, people don't pay attention to that. But the one thing I do want to point out, is it possible, and I know it's a narrow street, but is it possible to put at least maybe an 8-inch or 12-inch median down Park Paseo, so people that if they did try to circumvent using Las Vegas Boulevard to get in the property, if they did turn down that street, they'd realize they could not get in, so that way only the people that live in that neighborhood would actually be able to access that entrance off of Park Paseo. I'm not talking a wide island. I mean, heck, all you need is 8 inches tall, 1 foot wide, and it's going to keep any car from going up over that to get into that turn. I mean, I think that would kind of...
Now, are you looking at
eliminate
just like a curb down the center of Paseo Plaza, 50-foot long?
And it all would have to do, yeah, and run at least protrude past that entrance, so it would, and it's too narrow, I think, with that to try to do a U-turn.
Yeah.
So I think the only people that would benefit would be the people that live in that community if they wish to turn into that property. Other than that, I could tell you if I was using this property, I'm coming in off of Las Vegas Boulevard, I'm going through the drive-thru, and I'm making that left like you have done here. I'm not going to try to go around and come out and go take Park Paseo.
Right.
If you did, you did. You're forced to go right then, so you're not cutting through the neighborhood. I think that would help this situation and kind of find a happy medium there, because you definitely want to build out that corner, and it is Las Vegas Boulevard, let's face it, you know, it is what it is. But I think if that island was there, I think that would be 90% of your battle to probably get some support.
You know, I'd have to, talk to Public Works, and see what their input would be on something like that, because I know there's apartments to the south, and then the entertainment hall, and then there's a restaurant there. I don't know if that would affect them coming out of their driveway and wanting to turn left to Las Vegas Boulevard, or would that force them to turn right onto Park Paseo?
Another option would be just like they put on the 95 for the carpool lane. They put the flexible bollards. This way, if fire had to get through or an ambulance, they'll be able to cut through them, but anybody that's driving a car doesn't want to get them smacked up again.
Right.
So that might be something else that possibly just at least for that section in front of that drive.
You're talking right in this section right here.
Correct. So that way it would, but it has to be far enough towards Las Vegas Boulevard.
So, you can't make a left turn and just
try to cut around them, correct.
My question is, we don't mind, that would be definitely considered, but the people in this development over here, there's the apartments and the entertainment, and then there, for them to be able to get out here, it's going to drive all them to the right, because these will be going, these flexible bollards would be going across here. They wouldn't be able to turn left to Las Vegas Boulevard, forcing them to turn right on Park Paseo, correct? Yeah, so that's a concern. I know before the development there were 2 driveways coming out on the Park Paseo. Now there's going to be one with beautiful landscaping. The traffic issue, I don't see it, but as far as people turning right onto Park Paseo to drive all the way around the development instead of just turning right onto Las Vegas Boulevard, I don't,
I guess then I'd ask staff, is it possible to make that entrance crash gate style entrance, maybe chain across it with the fire lock on it to where it's just specifically used in an emergency situation, but other than that, it's pretty much blocked off, but yet it's accessible. God forbid there should be a fire or something.
I don't know.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, Lucian Pyatt, Public Works. Fire isn't here tonight, but it seems logical that you could block it off, completely. That would force everything to go off of Las Vegas Boulevard. So if that's what you wanted, you could, you could crash gate it and not let anything through, but then, it's kind of like a dead end, and fire would have to just go through for fire. And the way it's set up now, because we met with the applicant a couple weeks ago with fire, and this is what we came up with to still allow access through on Park Paseo, because it's an ingress only, so it's really, it's intended to be the least impact on the neighborhood as possible as an ingress only. But if you wanted, to even remove the ingress, that's a possibility. We can have them work with fire, have a condition that we work with fire to essentially crash gate it.
Commissioner, I might say, if it gets approved, it gets approved, the site plan. But if it is for some reason denied, there is an opportunity, we'll go to city council, that they can at least work with Public Works and the neighborhood further to hopefully maybe quail some of the concerns that we put forward, both if it's approved or not. So I'm just throwing that out there to you guys. Commissioner Schlauman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I thought about this and went back and forth on this quite a bit. I was hoping that you'd reach out to me before this meeting so we could go through this. And then I seen the in the backup, the new signage and the exit only or entrance only and things of that sort. So, and that street's only at 4% capacity or 5% capacity, and this would increase it up to about 14%. The bigger issue that I'm hearing tonight is, and hearing from my fellow commissioners is, the drive-through and the smells and so on and so forth. It was represented to us a couple of years ago that when the original site plan that came through, the SDR, that you're pretty much going to build the building where it's located, that you're already under construction on?
It's almost, they'll
Yes.
be getting a C of O here hopefully by the end of the year.
Great. And then the, excuse me, the other two portions, from what I can recall, it was supposed to have been some building up front, standalone building, and then with a possible drive-through at the back. That was just represented. That wasn't, and I don't know if it's represented at Planning Commission or if it was represented at a public meeting that was held. But I thought the drive-through was going to be a lot smaller, more like a Starbucks or something of that sort, not a full fast food restaurant. Unfortunately, we can't hold this until next month because it's already been on 30-day abeyance, and Planning Commission can only hold something for 30 days. So we're going to end up having to take a vote tonight, and hearing from the majority of the commission, it looks like you might be going to City Council, and we'll see how that goes.
Okay.
I'm not opposed to development. I want to see some sort of development go in there. And hopefully between now and City Council, you can hold a neighborhood meeting and meet with everybody and see if there's something that would satisfy everyone. As far as the traffic, I mean, I'm satisfied. As far as the drive-through, I think it's going to create a lot of congestion and other issues. So,
okay.
But that's my comments. Wish you luck.
Appreciate it.
And we'll see where this goes.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on item 30, I would move to follow staff's recommendation for denial and advise just make a recommendation to the client that you get with the neighbors and talk to them.
And possibly Public Works, too.
And possibly Public Works.
Yeah,
Because
through you, Mr. Chairman, and definitely include fire, because it really is more of a fire control issue than a Public Works issue.
Yeah, and if it does happen, it might be something bigger and better that comes out for everybody, the neighborhood, the applicant, and possibly, who knows?
if I recall correctly, at the last meeting, I thought you were going to get with Public Works.
We did.
Oh, okay.
And then this is what we came up with.
Okay, it's a lot better plan than you had last time.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
this is what we came up with the one-way, and I thought that appeased everybody, but I guess not.
Right.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward for City Council as a part of their agenda on January 16th, 2019.
Okay, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good holiday.
Same to you. We're going to hear one more project here before we go to break.
Yes.
Item number 31, MOD 74628, applicant Greystone Nevada LLC, owner Satia Family Trust, for possible action on a request for a major modification of the Town Center Land Use Plan to amend the special land use designation from SCTC to MTC on the west side of Tenaya Way, north of Sky Point Drive, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Related item 32, VAR 74692, for possible action request for a variance to allow 25 residential adjacency setback where 72 feet is required, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Related item 33, SDR 74631, for possible action request for a site development plan review for a proposed 91 two-story medium residential development with waiver of Town Center streetscape standards, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Related item 34, TMP 74632, for possible action request for a tentative map for a proposed 91-unit condominium development, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing a multifamily residential development with a density of approximately 15 units per acre. This would comply with the requested major modification to medium-density residential, which is compatible with the surrounding adjacent uses. A variance is required for residential adjacency to allow a setback of 25 feet where 72 feet is required due to the height of the proposed buildings. Staff does not support this request as there are no unique or extraordinary circumstances to justify the request. The development is designed with interior private drives that include stub streets. Stub streets are not permitted for public or private streets due to the limited maneuverability afforded to larger vehicles, including service and emergency vehicles. The applicant is not providing centralized trash enclosures for the development with the intention that trash pickup will be accommodated at the curbside in front of each unit. Republic Services has provided a letter agreeing to this as long as their service trucks do not have to back up to access any locations on the site. The applicant is proposing to create communal curbside trash areas for the units located on the hub streets where those residents would bring their trash bins for pickup. These areas would not be screened or covered and would create a potential nuisance for the development. Staff is recommending approval of the modification as compatible with surrounding adjacent uses and denial of the associated variance, site review, and tentative map due to the residential adjacency issue and the issues of trash pickup and vehicular circulation. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission. Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant, Lennar Homes. This property is, oops, if I could direct your attention to the overhead. This property is located near the northwest corner of Tenaya Way, and this is Sky Point Drive right here. You can see here in yellow, this is all part of the Centennial Sector Plan under the Town Center designation. All of this area in yellow here is planned for service commercial right now. This particular site is somewhat of an infill parcel. There's commercial that has been developed out or is sitting vacant all the way around the site to the west and to the south. There's a convenience store on the immediate corner located right here. There is also a convenience store and gas station a little bit further to the south. There's a hotel planned to the south. There's a former car lot that's actually been sitting vacant for a while to the west. And then you've got some residential to the north and residential to the east as well. This is RCL residential, so the smaller compact lot residential to the north and to the east. What we're proposing on this property is a townhome project, a for-sale townhome project. We think it's a great transition between the single-family residential to the north and to the east and all the intense commercial to the west and to the south. The for-sale townhomes will be an affordable price point, so in the mid to high 200 range. And I'll show you the actual product with 2-car garages, a gated community, a pool, and a pool clubhouse. So I guess I should get into the site plan to show you that. But this is the main access point will be on Sky Point Drive. These are the townhomes throughout with circulation that goes all the way throughout the site. You can see these little arrows are the two-car garages on all of the townhome units. Lennar does a really great job of providing extra long garages as well. They're 22 feet where normally you see a 20-foot length garage, so you can fit some longer cars in there. Sizes are anywhere from 1,000 to 1,400 square feet in size. 2 and 3 bedroom units, only 2 stories here, so the maximum height of these is 24 feet. You can go up to 35 feet in this area and the residential surrounding the area, so 24 feet is a good height, I think, for the area and the transition with the residential. We appreciate staff's recommendation of approval on the major mod to allow this townhome product. The 2 things that they raised as concerns is the residential adjacency, which is along the north property line here, and then the trash enclosures. The residential adjacency issue, we have 25 feet that's located between the residential to the north and these townhomes. You can see these are the back of the townhomes, so there won't be anyone facing that property line. And 25 feet exceeds the height of the building, so you'll have essentially 100% of the height of the building as a setback to these single-family homes to the north. These single-family homes to the north have about a 10-foot residential setback, so theirs is about half of what we're providing. And what you see around town between single-family homes is a lot less typically than 25 feet. So we know that residential adjacency exists in town center, but practically speaking, when you see a townhome project adjacent to another single-family development, a 25-foot setback is more than adequate. There is a drainage easement located here, so we'll have some shrubs, and there's a condition actually that limits what type of landscaping can go in that area, but that will always be a buffer provided to those residents to the north. The issue with the trash enclosures, homeowners want to have trash cans. Those big enclosures are not very aesthetically appealing for a neighborhood. It's much more likely to be seen in commercial developments or apartment developments when you've got a townhome product like this, where Lennar actually provides cutouts within their garage for trash cans. Homeowners would prefer to have that option. And we do have a letter that's in your backup from Republic Services that says they're fine picking up trash on an individual basis, with the exception of they don't want to back their trucks in anywhere. So there are 3 areas where there are stub streets, and we've provided specific points for those trash cans to have cutouts on the road. This is area A, where you'd have cutouts for the 2 trash cans for each of those townhomes. People just walk them across the street. It's not inconvenient for anyone. It's not a mess. There's a cutout in the curb, so it's not interfering with the traffic or the drives, and the trucks can easily turn here without having to go into this stub street area. This is area B here, and then there's an area C down here. With the rest of the project, you can see the trucks can easily maneuver through the site and back out of the gated entry off of Sky Point. We also have a waiver with respect to the streetscape on Sky Point, and the reason is there's existing sidewalks. There's a bus, actually, a bus station that's located right here, already existing on Sky Point on this property, and there's already attached sidewalk out there all along the entire area. My understanding is there was a special improvement district that this particular homeowner paid into for some of those improvements, so it's already been paid for one time. To ask this little narrow area of property to rip that out and change it would not only look funny, but practically speaking doesn't make a lot of sense to pay for it essentially twice when an SID has already paid for it one time. But Lennar did agree to do some palm trees along here so that it will look like the town center standards. So we'll add some palm trees so that it looks as if it's part of the overall town center area. So with that said, I'm happy to answer any questions. We think this is a really great project for an infill parcel, and we would very much appreciate your approval tonight.
Thank you very much. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Salvio.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Allen, thank you. This is something that's definitely well needed in this area. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the 95 over where that old Dodge dealership is over there. It's been closed for some time. Hopefully, just like items 27 through 29, this will be the stimulus that will get this neighborhood going. I'm grateful that they're townhomes. I'm grateful that Republic Services actually agreed to something. But just to have townhomes and not just apartments surrounded by already commercial and a large amount of homes. They're so dense. I think this is a perfect fit. It conforms, it's compatible, it's well needed, and if there's no other comment, I'd like to make a motion for approval.
All right. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
That's item 31, MOD 74628.
Please cast your votes. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, motion to approve item 32, VAR 74692.
So motion on the floor, please cast. Your votes. And that motion carries.
Item 33, SDR 74631, with also, I believe, with the conditions of the statement made by Ms. Allen. Is this when we add the palm trees along Sky Point?
Mr. Chairman, through you, so Commissioner, if you would like to add a condition that relates to what Ms. Allen had put on the record, you would be amending condition 4, which currently states a waiver of the town center streetscape standards is hereby approved to allow existing streetscape along Sky Point Drive to remain in its existing condition. You would just amend that with the following exception: add palm trees 30 feet on center. Is that what you're proposing? I don't know what the proposal was.
That's fine, and actually, that's, I believe, what's on our landscape plan, so we would be fine with that if that's...
Mr. Chairman, through you, that's what I was looking up, was the landscape plan. It does show palms in that area, not to the town center standards, but so that it appears more like the town center standards.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, and you agree to that?
Yes.
Okay, so with that said, motion for approval on item number 33, SDR 74631, with conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor as amended. That motion carries. And Commissioner Desai, before you go to the next one, I will say I did have a concern about the trash, but initially, but as I thought it through, it's a townhouse. They'll probably have CC&Rs. If they don't, it's really, you know, it's a business decision whether they keep their community clean in that sense, and it'll be, I think, worked out just like I've seen it worked out in other communities I've lived in. So that's why I wanted to step back and not make an issue with that. So.
And that was my concern too when I met with Ms. Allen. That was the same situation.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Chair. Can we please take another motion? I was a little bit hasty and posted it too quickly. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
That was on item number 32 with the amended condition?
No, but...
Or 33?
And Chairman, can I also make sure that the clerk marks myself and Brenda as in the room and voting, because we're marked as out?
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's why. Okay, so we're going to revote Commissioner Desai for 33 with an amended condition?
Yes. Motion to approve SDR 74631 with amended conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Commissioner Roush. Oh, she got it, yeah. Thank you.
And last but not least, item 34, TMP 74632, motion to approve.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Subject to conditions, yeah. And that motion carries.
Thank you so much, and happy holidays, everyone. Hope you have a great holiday season. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, those items will move forward to City Council and be heard as a part of their meeting on January 16th, 2019.
Thank you. And we're going to take a quick break. We've gone past the 2 hours, and we'll be right back. I think there's like a lag with the computer. Looks tonight, something's... Not a good problem to have. Okay, we are going to call the meeting back to order. I believe we're on item 39. Yep, okay. 39, VAR 74817, applicant Hamid Panay, owner AMD United Holdings LLC, for possible action request for variance to allow 0 additional parking spaces where 31 additional parking spaces are required for an exiting parking impaired development at 5,000 West Charleston Boulevard. Staff recommends denial. Related item 40, VAR 75056, for possible action request for a variance to allow a 0-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required and a 0-foot yard setback where 20 feet is required. Ward 1, staff recommends denial. Related item 41, SUP 74818, for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed 3,939 square foot auto repair garage, minor use. Ward 1, staff recommends denial. And related item number 42, SDR 74819, for possible action request for a site development plan review for proposed 3,939 square foot building addition and a parking lot reconfiguration to an existing retail development with a waiver to allow service bay doors to face the right-of-way. Ward 1, staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing an additional floor area for a new auto repair garage minor use at an existing commercial center. The additional floor area would require approval of a variance for the side and rear yard setback areas. The second variance would be required to accommodate the increase in required parking due to the larger floor area and parking spaces lost to additional building area. The site is already considered to be parking impaired, which means that the existing parking provided on site met the requirement at the time of development, but no longer meets the requirements of the current code. The auto repair garage minor use requires approval of a special use permit in the C1 limited commercial zoning district. And a site development plan is also required to address the changes with a waiver required to allow service bay doors to face a public right-of-way. Staff is recommending denial of all requested applications as the proposed alterations would result in an overdeveloped site, and there have been no unique or extraordinary circumstances presented to justify the requested variances other than a self-imposed hardship. Excuse me. Please note that there are additional layers of protest since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening. My name is Hamid Panahi, 145 Dillon Avenue, Building D in Campbell, California, 95008. 5,000 West Charleston is essentially 2 buildings stretching from property line to property line, sitting on 3 sides of the one of the buildings sits on property lines. And the secondary building is to the east of the first building, and that one also sits on one side on the property line. But what we're concerned about is the portion of the first building that sits on Abbey Place on the northwest portion of the shopping center. That portion of the building is about 2,080 square feet. Is really not a leasable building in there. Currently is being used as a storage for one of the tenants, and my client wanted to convert that into a minor auto repair shop. So the 2,000, what we did is keep about 500 square feet of the existing building right at Abbey Place, and just because it was sitting on the property line first on 2 sides of it, and also it has a lot of electrical connection for the entire site in there. So it was beneficial to keep that portion of it and then demolish the rest and build a new building of 39 square feet in there. The shopping center is in a very bad shape. Previously, you have approved a facelift for the building, and that will start shortly, but we wanted to include this also to this new building in there to make use of that unleasable portion of the shopping center. As is currently, the shopping center is not being used that much. You barely see any parking, car parked there. Currently has 66 parking stalls in there, and it just, we need to bring some traffic in there, some commercial, raise the economy of that whole shopping center and make it a viable investment, basically. The parking, the mechanic shop by nature, I'm not sure if is really adding any parking, additional parking to this center. They are mainly will keep all the cars inside the shop, so that wouldn't add much of a burden to the parking situation in there. But I would like to ask for approval of the parking as is, and also the special use permit for the light mechanical shop being in a C1 zone, site development review, and also the easement, that the setback that we are, because the building is already encroaching into the setback, so if we could keep it to the same standard, please.
Thank you, Hamid. Thank you for the presentation. Is there anything else? Okay, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this? Please come forward.
I'd like to make one comment.
Please do.
Quick.
Need your name and address for the record, please.
Mike Ganson, 1100 South 6th Street. I'm against any kind of automobile repair, tires or brakes in any kind of retail environment. And Charleston has a couple of those places already on it, and they're doing all kinds of auto repair there. They're rebuilding engines, it's tires packed up, it's junky broken cars, and it's not compatible for what we're trying, or our vision to clean up the neighborhood and make it a retail environment.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else like to be heard? Seeing no one else, if the applicant would come back up, please. If there's anything you would like to add before we turn it over to the commission?
We reached out to Ms. Quinn's office. Unfortunately, she wasn't available, but we talked to Ms. Lewis Tarkanian, and we got some favorable reviews from her. So I would like you, if you would, also to look upon this favorably, because it really will change the face of that whole area.
Thank you very much. I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Roush, I see your light on.
Yes, I did talk with Commissioner Quinn a little bit about this, and you know, it's a tough situation. You know, I want to see redevelopment in the area. I know that she does. I know the councilwoman does. I don't speak on their behalf, but the concerns that were voiced to me and were what I shared as well, which is to ask for a variance for 0 additional parking where 31 additional spaces are required, and 0 setback where 10 feet is required, is just a little bit abusive from the standpoint that you are in full control what you build on the site, and so you're just asking to max out the site. And that creates a very high intensity use, especially when it's automotive. So I would suggest that maybe you pare back your site plan a little bit, try to build a little bit less, provide for traffic circulation around the building, provide for more parking, provide for setback from the neighbors and from the neighboring buildings. And you know, I don't have a problem actually with the automotive use. We see that on major boulevards like Sahara and Charleston and the like. You can build a very attractive automotive use, and I think that this is a very attractive building, actually. I really like it. I really like to see that kind of new development in the area. I'd just like to see it pare it down a little bit, scale it down just a bit. So I'll probably be approving the use, not approving the variance for parking, not approving the variance for the setback. And my question to you is, if you were able to pare the site back a little bit, would that allow you to provide the service bay doors so that they weren't facing the street? Because that's really the ugly element, and if you could turn the building, in a different orientation or enter from the back. I mean, are these, through you, Chairman, are these fully drive-through roll-up doors, or are they just one way in, one way out? I mean, some of them I've seen where you pull all the way through, right? So I guess I'm curious, is that a possibility for you to design the building so that the service bays don't face the street and create unsightly, cars in the bays, on lifts, that sort of thing? I think that's really what the neighborhood's trying to avoid, is that type of unsightly design.
Two of the bays are facing Abbey Place, and the other face east, which is not visible from the street. But I suggested today, actually, so we could change perhaps the roll-up doors, the nature of roll-up doors, to a glass type, which make it more attractive visually in the building. But these are just going in. There is no place to get out and back, go in and pull back out. They are single bays. But we could certainly look at changing it. The reason we have it large to that scale is for the people to be able to see it from Charleston as they pass by. So notice that there is a mechanic shop in there. The main thoroughfare is Charleston, obviously, and we want the building to be seen from Charleston.
Thank you, and I understand that. I mean, I don't have a problem with the height as much as just the expanse of it, just maxing out the site to every, possible corner is really, I think, what's giving a lot of us heartburn, or at least it is me, and I know that Commissioner Quinn felt that way.
Commissioner
I have
Rausch,
nothing else. Thank you.
I'll go to Commissioner DeSalvio, but I'll quickly say I generally sit the same way, and if it does, for some reason, not get approved on some of the applications that you stated, that it sounds like the applicant's willing to work with the commissioners or councilwoman's office to come up with some solution with glass bay doors. And so, Commissioner DeSalvio.
I just want to make a statement that I can find myself supporting this without a doubt. I drive past this business probably 10 times a day, every day, 6 days a week. And it's definitely, that stretch is definitely needs beautification, without a doubt. The only rub I have, honestly, I don't care about the parking spots, only because we went through the same thing with an AutoZone, where because of the size of the building, they required like 100 spots, when we know ain't nobody going to have 100 cars at an AutoZone. And I have a feeling it's going to be the same way with this. You're going to have what's in the bay, and maybe somebody coming and dropping and picking somebody up to come get their car. So I can see past the parking, but I can't see myself giving up on the landscaping, only because Charleston needs it bad. The only landscaping along Charleston is in front of the Star Nursery that's there. So, I mean, I can't bend on that one. I think you can get away with putting something in there to really bring out the aesthetics of the building that you designed, because it is a beautiful-looking building. So, I mean, if you could, mend that and fix that condition, then I'm all in. But that one, I got to put my foot down on that one. Got to have it.
We could definitely add landscaping, more landscaping.
Thank you, Commissioner Rausch. Would you be interested in making a motion? No, or anyone else?
I'll make a motion if you...
Either one. Commissioner DeSalvio?
For item number 39, VAR 74817, I make a motion for approval.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Subject to conditions.
Subject to conditions.
And that motion carries.
Now, just for clarification, under 40, no, it wouldn't be under 40, would it? It would be 42, yeah. Okay, item number 40, VAR 75056, recommend approval with all conditions.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Yep. Item number 41, SUP 74818, motion for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. Subject to conditions.
Subject to conditions.
And that motion carries.
And item number 42, motion for approval with the amended, how would I say that to where it would cover the ask of putting back the landscaping?
Mr. Chairman, through you, looking at the site plan for this is difficult because the requested amendment to this site, the new building and so forth is in the rear of the property and not along Charleston. So if we increase the landscaping along Charleston, it may affect the other parking that they have available at the front of the site. So I'm not quite sure how to address the requirement for more landscaping.
Maybe we could replace the existing landscaping along Charleston with a more lush or... Director, any thoughts?
Mr. Chairman, through you, so to meet Commissioner DeSalvio's request and based on what the applicant just said, I think the condition would be to something along the lines, and staff will fix this if I say it the wrong way. An amended landscape plan shall be submitted to the Department of Planning prior to City Council depicting upgraded landscaping along Charleston Boulevard where existing to remain was noted on the landscape plan or something to that effect. In complying with Title 19 landscape or streetscape requirements, I think that's where you're trying to go, but Steve's going to figure out how to shorten
Why don't we leave
that.
it at that, what the director said, Chairman, and they can fix it between now and City Council, and they can amend it at Council.
Okay, thanks.
There you go.
And you agree to what you're hearing tonight?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And with that said, I would like to make a motion for approval on item 42, SDR 74819, with the recommended amended.
Okay, thank you. Yep, nope.
I'm sorry, so I want to be clear for the record for the clerks. So there's no, at this time, there's no amendment. However, you are asking the applicant to get with staff prior to City Council to update their landscape plan.
Fair enough. You agree to that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries.
Thank you very much. Happy holidays.
Same to you.
Mr. Chairman, those items will move forward to City Council and be heard as a part of their agenda on January 16th, 2019.
Okay, moving on to item number 43, VAR 75066, applicant owner Grind Mode 1 LLC for possible action on a request for a variance to allow 0 additional parking spaces where 2 additional parking spaces are required for an existing parking impaired development, 2901 North Rancho Drive, Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Related item 44, SUP 7861, for possible action on request for a special use permit for proposed truck rental use, Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to add a truck rental use to an existing commercial site for 2 rental trucks to be displayed in parking spaces adjacent to Rancho Boulevard. The spaces are needed to meet the parking requirement for uses already at the site, and approval of a variance is required in conjunction with a special use permit for the rental use. As no unique or extraordinary circumstances have been presented, staff is recommending denial of the request as a self-imposed hardship.
Thank you very much. Is the applicant here today? If you could please come to the podium. Need your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, everyone. Cable is Bains.
Could you spell your last name, please?
Bains, B-A-I-N-S.
Thank you.
3637 Kerala Court, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89129.
Thank you.
And this is my hopefully we work together. He's my...
Freddy Arriaga, 1900 South Decatur Boulevard.
And could you spell your last name too, please?
Arriaga.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could you tell us about the application?
Just I am the one who filed the application, and it went denied 3 years ago, and we requested back again after 3 years. And I am the one pretty much on that property, 2901 North Rancho. And this is, the reason I'm doing it is going to help me and help community, everybody else to get the business. The business is growing right now. Everything's good. We're trying to make it more beauty of the area and everything else. It's helped me to go a little bit more better. They're better, make some little more extra dollars if I can. So that's the reason I'm trying to get into it. I've been doing U-Haul last 10 years already, and different locations.
Okay. Thank you very much. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone like to be heard in this? Seeing no one, we will turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Williams?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Cherry. I drove by the property yesterday, and I'm inclined to deny this, and mainly because I don't think that the business can be conducted in a manner that's harmonious with the land use. You've already been through this, it's been denied, and that was also on the special use permit. And basically, I read through the application, and I saw nothing has changed. Why now? What's different, other than let's try to see if we can get it through this time? So with that said, my motion is to deny on item number 43.
May I just...
I'm sorry?
Add something to...
Actually, the commissioner is going to make a motion. I'm sorry.
I got to make my motion. Okay. Item number 43, VAR 75066. My recommendation is to deny.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Item number 40.
Motion carries.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Item number 44, SUP 74861. Motion is to deny.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward to City Council and be heard as a part of their agenda on January 16th, 2019.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on to item number 45. VAR 74681, applicant owner Tomas Romero, XJ Ajkak et al. Apologize if I mispronounced that. For possible action, request for a variance to allow a 0-foot side and rear yard setback where 3 feet is required for an existing 504 square foot accessory structure at 713 Digger Street, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting a variance for an existing Class II accessory structure. The original structure was constructed as a workshop with permits, but has been expanded with the addition of a full kitchen, bedroom, and bath. This request would allow the expanded structure to remain subject to building permits, but the kitchen would have to be removed as it is not part of the request and would require the approval of an additional special use permit. The structure is a subject of an open code enforcement case. Staff recommends denial as there are no unique or extraordinary circumstances presented. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Adan Castillo, 2312 Triumph Hills Drive. Basically, my friend buy the property the way that it is. We saw, or we find out after the city came and a check for the current kitchen into this detached building. And they didn't know that it was a wrong to have it. They take it up, obviously, and they willing to work with the city that he need a space for the parents. Whatever is had to be taken and move forward, we're willing to do it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Castillo. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. And I just want a question for clarity. So you're saying, you're representing that your friend bought this,
He's there.
the applicant bought this,
Yeah.
and it was existing with a kitchen.
Yeah.
You're willing to take the kitchen out? If
It is already out, yeah.
The kitchen is already out?
And the plan is over here. He's showing the current layout. They basically take out the stove, and they have like a sink, kitchen sink, and like a bar, and that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to my commissioners. Commissioner DeSalvio?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, explain to me, code enforcement, what made them even come out in the first place?
Basically, for some reason, they came asking for, they saw it that in 1985, they have permitted, they never get it done, the inspections. And they saw the stove on the location, and it's like a apartment. And, they moved it to figure it out through the public hearing and fix it.
So it was never final?
No. We tried to do all the process that have been done. We dropped all the requirement plans already, and, we're waiting to move forward, follow your recommendation.
Same. But I will say, I do feel like, based on the circumstances that I'm hearing tonight, that and what the applicant's done with taking out the kitchen and proactively trying to make things right, that I could support if it, in that situation. Of course, if it is approved, I believe it needs to go through inspections again and make sure everything is done properly, structurally, electrically, and with the plumbing. So I think I can support it in that sense. So I don't know if can I make a motion? I don't know. Can I? All right. All right. What? I can make motions?
No, they can.
All right.
But Chairman, you've always had the ability to make the motion, but sometimes you just let the other.
Well, thanks for letting me in the club. I appreciate it. All right. Only took a year. Who knew? Item number 45, VAR 74681. I am going to make a motion for approval, subject to all staff's conditions that explain about the kitchen being removed and all the different items associated with it. This motion on the floor, please cast your vote. Is that right, City Attorney?
I figured if that's understandable enough for the planning department and the clerk's office to figure out exactly what.
I believe in the conditions, it did say that the kitchen had to be removed. Is that correct? So,
Mr. Chairman, through you, yes, there is condition number 2 that says the existing full kitchen facility shall be removed.
And then building permits are in there as well?
Yeah, kitchen.
Yes, that would be condition number 3.
3, yeah.
I guess kitchen's a little vague. I mean, so the stove or any of the cooking implements, is that what you're saying?
Any appliances, right.
We define the kitchen by Title 19 code,
Okay,
so
great.
it's an actual defined term.
Okay, perfect.
Okay,
Thank
so we're just subject to all staff conditions, basically. Thank you. And that motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And Mr. Chairman, that will move forward to City Council and be heard as a part of their meeting on January 16th, 2019.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 46, VAR 74821, applicant Kadea Robinson, owner of Smoke Ranch Plaza LLC, for possible action request for variance to allow 0 additional parking spaces where 5 additional spaces are required for an existing parking impaired development at 6663 Smoke Ranch Drive, Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to change the use of an existing suite within a commercial center from general retail to a restaurant use. The proposed change would increase the parking requirement of the site by 5 spaces. The site is already considered to be parking impaired, which means that the existing parking provided on site met the requirement at the time of development, but no longer meets the requirements of the current code. Staff has recommended denial of the request as the proposed use is too intense for the existing site. Please note that there is an additional letter of protest since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant here tonight? I don't see an applicant. Commissioner Williams, are you inclined to let this go forward and vote tonight?
Yes, Chairman.
You are? Okay. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and turn it over to the commission. Commissioner Williams?
Chairman Cherry, I am ready to make my motion to deny.
All right.
Item 46, VAR 74821.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Based on staff recommendations, I'm sorry.
Thank you. And that motion carries.
And Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward to City Council and be heard as a part of their agenda on January 16th, 2019.
And maybe staff could reach out and see if there was anything with the applicant to make sure that they know. Thank you. Item number 47, VAR 74839, applicant Opportunity Village, owner State of Nevada Division of Lands, for possible action request for a variance to allow 6 parking spaces where 207 spaces are required for an existing social service provider at 6300 West Oakey Boulevard, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Can we have the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting a parking variance to replace a previously approved variance that expired. Previously approved variance required that the applicant obtain a formal parking agreement with the College of Southern Nevada located to the north, which they have been unable to do. Without the agreement in place, virtually all required parking is eliminated from the site. Staff is recommending denial. Please note there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you very much. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Mr. Chairman, Craig Galati with LGA 241 West Charleston, representing Opportunity Village. I guess the first thing I want to make sure that I did present a parking agreement today. You should all have copies of it. I do have an extra copy if the clerk needs one for that. A couple of things, if I could go to the overhead. I think one of the things that really needs to be understood about this project is that Opportunity Village has had an agreement with the College of Southern Nevada for 15 or 20 years to use that parking in the back, which they have. And 2 years ago, we came in for a variance on this with a part of an SDR and a larger project. We were going to build, at that time, an 800-seat event center with this project. We received approval on that for that variance request because of the fact that we used the CSN parking. Unfortunately, Opportunity Village does not own this land. It's their lease to the state of Nevada, and I guess the notifications of the variance expiring never got back to Opportunity Village. So that's why we're here today for you. The event center project was canceled, and if I can get you to look at this on the overhead, we're adding about 5,000 square feet of new space to that, but that is not space that's going to be occupied. That is a connector that connects the buildings, so it's primarily a large corridor and a new entry point. The purpose of this project really is to connect this campus. We are going to renovate the existing buildings, but the main thing that's so important to this is to create a new drop-off and a very safe area for the clients and the guests to be dropped off in Opportunity Village. So given that we do have formalized the agreement, although I believe we still need a variance to even with this agreement, but it's a much more formalized arrangement than the gentleman's agreement that they've had with CSN. So we would fully accept staff's, if approved, conditions, and I would respectfully ask for your approval tonight.
Thank you very much. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner DeSalvio.
I just have a question for the applicant. So what happens now that the CSN gave you the ability for the 200 and so spaces? Does it put their facility at any disadvantage at any time, seeing they handed that over?
No, the CSN is very much overparked back there. Opportunity Village has parked on that site for a really long time. The only real time where there's a lot of cars there is right now during the Magical Forest. During the regular days, it's primarily staff parking. The guests or clients, they don't drive to the site. They're dropped off either through buses or by their parents. So there's no real need for parking for that. It's staff parking and visitor parking is really it, which there's not a tremendous amount of visitors except for at the Magical Forest.
All right, any other comments? Would you like to make a motion, Commissioner Savio?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion for approval on item 47, VAR 74839.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor.
Mr. Sheriff, if I could, just for a second, does that include that parking agreement? Because my office will need to review that to make sure that it's adequate for those purposes as a shared parking agreement?
Yep.
Okay.
It includes the agreement, correct?
Including the agreement.
Yeah, we're okay with that.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that
Thank you
item
very
will
much.
go forward to City Council and be heard as a part of their meeting on January 16th, 2019, and we'll make sure that the City Attorney's Office has a copy of what's been given to us.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 48, VAR 74846, applicant Anthony Nushkian, owner Sheridan DJC LLC et al. For possible action request for variance to allow 0 additional parking spaces where 50 additional parking spaces are required for an existing parking impaired development at 3065 Sheridan Street, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to change the use of an existing warehouse building to an auto repair garage major use. The change of use results in an increase in the number of spaces required for parking by 50. Staff is recommending denial as the change of use at the site would be too intense and would negatively affect the surrounding adjacent uses.
Thank you very much. Can I get your name and address to the record, please?
Anthony Nushikian, 10,005 Pearl Ridge Court. Oh, okay. If I may show,
please.
This is the building in question. We also occupy 2 more buildings on the same street. The only reason we want to move some of the equipment into this building is because of the part of the equipment is outside, located under canopies. We're just trying to bring them into a climate-controlled facility. We do occupy 3025 and 3061 Sheridan Street. This is just an addition to an existing business that has been there for 5 years. It's just a workshop. We don't need any more additional parking.
Okay.
We don't require any parking spots. It's just the equipment has to be relocated for climate purposes only.
Okay. Is that anything else you wanted to add to the application? Comment? No.
Not really, yeah.
All right. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing, turn over to the commission for discussion. No. Any comments? Yeah, I wish, and I'm sorry Commissioner Quinn is not here with us tonight because she's always a good steward of the neighborhood and can kind of push things along. And so this does go to City Council. And I think again, with Commissioner Quinn not being here and not, obviously not having her kind of leadership with this application and understanding, I think I'm inclined to just go with staff's recommendation. However, I think between now and City Council that it would go through, if there is some communication with Commissioner Quinn and the Councilwoman's office, there could probably be...
I actually met with the Councilwoman Tarkanian, and she's the one who suggested I should take this route.
Okay, so she knows what's coming down, it sounds like. Okay, so I think, again, without Commissioner Quinn here, I think that's where I'm going to sit with staff's recommendation. Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, and I think you could get with the city planning staff, and if you have enough parking on the other lots to accommodate whatever you're moving over, then you...
We have more than plenty of parking there.
Okay.
We don't...
Okay. However, you'll need to figure out hire an architect and figure out what all the parking needed would be, and then you would need to get with the city attorney's office as well to draft up a perpetual parking agreement since you're crossing property lines. So I'm going to go ahead and, on item number 48, VAR 74846, move to follow staff's recommendation for denial and encourage you to take those steps between now and city council, so you might be able to get some support.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor, and that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward to City Council and be heard as a part of their agenda on January 16th, 2019.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 49 and 50. This is the one, I believe, with Novus Architecture and Dwayne Eschenbaugh. I will have to abstain from this. I've worked with Dwayne quite a bit in the past and have had a nice working relationship, so I will be abstaining from this. I think it's the right thing for me to do. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll be abstaining as well. I have worked with Dwayne in the past. However, I've more specifically worked with Steve on this particular building as far as doing some soil reports and some other investigative work. So due to that, I'll be abstaining. Thank you.
Commissioner Toussaint, that means you're the chair for this item.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Would you like to present your proposal to us? Let's go to staff report first. Thank you. Oh, I got to read the item. Hey, okay. Train me, okay. Okay, here we go. Okay. Item number 49, SUP 74814, special use permit, public hearing, applicant, I'm sorry, I'm not even going to try and say it because I will just destroy your name. Owner Charleston Manor, for possible action, request for a special use permit for a proposed 8,500 square foot tavern limited establishment used in an 840 square foot outdoor seating area at 102, 104, 106, 108, and 110 East Charleston Boulevard, APN 16203-110-073. Oh, and we're going to open item 50 also as SDR 74815, site development plan review related to SUP 74814, public hearing, applicant. Owner Charleston Manor, for possible action on request for a site development plan for proposed two-story mixed-use development, including an 8,800 square feet of commercial space, 845 square foot indoor seating area, and 6 residential units, and a waiver of interim downtown Las Vegas architectural design and setback standards on 0.27 acres. Huh? Okay, Ward 3. Okay. May I have the staff report, please? Thank you very much.
Commissioner, through you. The applicant is proposing to construct a mixed-use project consisting of 6 residential units over commercial uses on the first floor. Commercial uses would consist of a tavern limited establishment requiring a special use permit with a single provider of alcohol and multiple food service providers. Waivers of the interim downtown Las Vegas standards have been requested for architectural design and setback standards. No parking is proposed to be provided on site for residents, guests, working staff, or patrons of the establishment. Staff is recommending denial of the request as the proposed use is too intense for the area. Please note that there are additional letters of support since publication.
Thank you very much.
Good
You
evening.
have the floor.
Hi, my name is Steve Martirosyan, 1433 Canyon Ledge Court, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89117. I purchased this property last December. Did some research before finalizing the purchase. Worked with Dwayne, which is a few doors down, with Novus Architecture, and shared my vision with him about turning the space into a food hall to have a few different food concepts, a bar, art gallery, artwork throughout the space, some live work lofts upstairs, and Dwayne and his team brought it to life. We had the designs early on. We've met with the city early in May, and we've just been designing and doing some testing on the building to save majority of the building. Did a lot of foundation testing and ground testing and wall testing, And
That's
we're
very bad.
we're at a point where we're finished with the design, and we're ready to move forward with construction.
This is a public hearing. I'll open up for public hearing. Is there anybody here from the public that would like to speak?
Mike Ganson, 1100 South Sixth Street, within walking distance of this facility, hopefully. And I'm in favor of it, and I don't know whether, I guess there's got to be some real thirsty people in this town, so, but if they're willing to strike out, and we'll enjoy their endeavor in the community.
Thank you, Mr. Ganson. Is there anybody else from the public like to speak? If not, I'm going to close public hearing. Open it up to the commission. Mr.
I got a
Calvio?
question through the chair. Where's the parking in this? That's where, I mean, it's a heavy use, but I don't see any variance or something for where parking would be required. Could somebody help me out with that?
Commissioner Toussaint, through you.
Sure.
Parking in this case, because it's in the downtown area one, is handled as a waiver as part of the site review. It is, let's see here. Where's the numbers? Okay, so what they're asking for is a waiver to provide 0 on-site parking spaces where 141 are required. And that includes for the 6 residential uses and all the commercial uses on the main floor.
And staff's cool with that? 141 spots, 0?
Staff's recommendation on both of these items is for denial.
Man, help me out with this, Commissioner Roush, because I know you're waiting.
I've been so patient. So, a couple of things, and I'm going to, first of all, start off by making our city attorney very happy to say that I own a property down the street at Casino Center and Imperial, but not only is it far enough away, I think it's not impacted one way or the other, given the very commercial nature of Charleston Boulevard, so I will vote on this. I know the downtown area very well. Unfortunately, Commissioner Schlotman and Chairman Cherry aren't here to help back it up, but most of the folks who will be customers of this location are going to walk there from nearby. They live nearby, or they're going to bicycle there, they're going to Uber there, and there is plentiful street parking on Casino Center. It's really not a heavily traveled thoroughfare. There is a lot of parking. I would like to put in a shameless plug to staff that I think it'd be a really good idea to put in angled parking instead of parallel curbside parking. I think you'd get a lot more parking on Casino Center, especially given the lack of intensity of use in that area. But that's a Public Works decision, so I go on the record to suggest that, and I might keep suggesting that, especially as we have more intensity in this area. But that said, I think that it's a completely compatible use. I think the neighborhood will very much look forward to it. It's a continuation of the uses that we see on Main Street. I'm excited about the redevelopment of buildings in this area, and I'd like to see it continue. So I'll be in favor of this tonight. So thank you, gentlemen.
I just love looking at the new building. I mean, what we have now is major fugly, and you know, it doesn't help anybody for anything. So with saying that, I'll give you some more time to speak if you would like to say something else.
I'll speak a little bit about parking. We have been in talks with some of the neighboring properties about ground leases, parking, since we believe the busy times are going to be after 5 o'clock, which is going to be our dinner service, and then late night bar, which a lot of people do ride shares and taxis from the Strip. We are going to be advertising to tourists because of the different food concepts we're going to have and the different artists that we're going to have. So we have been in communication with a lot of the neighboring properties A lot of them are open to either selling us some of the properties, leasing it, or doing a sublease after 5 o'clock. We want to get the project started before we go and commit ourselves to any one of those properties, but they're available. They're in the neighborhood. There's a lot available.
Thank you.
And we're aware of wanting to have our own parking lot, and I'm working as hard as I can to make sure that happens, and I believe we're going to make that happen.
Thank you.
Commissioner Toussaint, if I could just add one more thing.
Sure.
When we're talking about the ground leases and the shared parking, just make sure that those agreements are perpetual or permanent and not just something revocable after 30 days or 10 days or something like that. They must be perpetual agreements.
You want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion if everyone's ready.
Sure.
So for, what item number are we on?
49.
Thank you, 49. I want to make sure I get the item number correct. And there's two, right? Or three? Two. So for item number 49, SUP 74814, my motion will be for approval.
Please post. Please vote. Then you can post. That motion carries.
And then for item number 50, SDR 74815, my motion is for approval.
Please vote. That motion carries. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman, those items will be final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Great, thank you all. All right, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Toussaint.
Thank you. Good night.
Moving on to item, moving on to item number 51, SUP 74837, applicant owner Isaiah 5511 Series Mika 68 for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed 3,347 square foot liquor establishment tavern use with the waiver of town center development standards to allow the use within a development with an aggregate acreage of 41.13, where 50 acres is the minimum required at the southwest corner of Rome Boulevard and Riley Street, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Related item 52, SUP 74838, for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed 3,347 square foot gaming establishment, restricted license with the waiver of the town center development standards to allow 114-foot distance separation from a single-family detached dwelling where 330 feet is the minimum required. Ward 6, staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to add a restaurant within an approved commercial subdivision. Entitlements for a liquor establishment, tavern, and gaming are being requested in conjunction with the proposed restaurant. Staff is recommending approval of the request as the commercial center is designed to accommodate the proposed uses, and they can be operated in a compatible manner with the surrounding adjacent uses. Please note there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Planning Commissioners. My name is Tony Sless, address 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. If I can just direct your attention to the overhead. You can see in the corner right here highlighted is our site located on Roman Riley. We are just on the north side of the off-ramp of the 215 with Durango over here, adjacent to the large Kohl's shopping center there. As this board may remember, I was here in this past April or May with respect to the overall design review or site plan for this project. It was recommended for approval by this board. Right here you can see is the site plan that was approved. We have a auto use coming in about 5,300 square feet, the health club EOS gym at 40,000 square feet, and then just under 16,000 square feet is the inline retail shops. We're now coming in with some of the more specific uses, in this case a liquor establishment or a tavern located in the highlighted area. It'll occupy just under 3,400 1,500 square feet. We appreciate staff's recommendation of approval. I'll just be brief with respect to the use permits. One is with respect to, or the waiver associated is with respect to the lot size. We are just shy of the 50 acres. We're about less than 42 acres when you take in consideration the Kohl's Center. And then the second portion is, although we are from property line to property line about 114 feet, we are well over 330 feet where the location is to the nearest property or nearest residential. Again, we're up against the beltway where the use is. It's completely shielded from residential uses, and again, appreciate staff's recommendation and agree with all the conditions of approval.
Thank you, Mr. Celeste. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this? Seeing no one, I will turn it over to the commission. One question was that your floor plan that I saw in the backup that was on the screen?
That is the floor plan was submitted. Yes,
Did you do that one?
I personally no, but
look like it.
I was waiting for the
it could have been better. But
Commissioner DeSalvio.
I was waiting for the crayons. No, thank you, Mr.
You work
Chairman.
with what you got sometimes, Mr. Chairman.
I see that.
Just so staff knows, we had a neighborhood meeting, and actually one member showed up from the community, and that member was actually there for the Montecito issue. So other than that, he was looking forward to a tavern there. I can tell you that. But it is harmoniously compatible. It does work. It does fit. I've had zero opposition, so I would definitely make a motion for approval on that item if nobody else has any comments.
Please do.
Motion to approve item 51, SUP 74837.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And motion to approve item 52, SUP 74838.
Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you very much. Good evening and happy holidays to everyone.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, those items are final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. We are going to go a little bit out of order because Commissioner Schlottman has a stop time, and we want to make sure that we get his ward items in there before he has to run off. And I want to make sure he's here to lead those. So we're going to go to item number 58. That's SUP 74850, applicant owner Ranbir Sidhu for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation for a similar use where 660 feet is required at 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1113, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing a short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required. At the time of application, relief from conditional use regulations were available through special use permit and associated waivers. With the recent adoption of Bill Number 2018-58, amending the Unified Development Code, relief from conditional use regulations by means of a future special use permit no longer exists. If approved, the proposed use would be authorized and subject to non-conforming use provisions of Las Vegas Municipal Code, Title 19. If denied, the proposed use would not be authorized. Staff is recommending denial. Please note that there are additional letters of protest and support since publication. At this time, I will turn the presentation over to Deputy Planning Director Mary McElhone for additional information pertaining to this item. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this location has had 2 active code enforcement cases. One case was opened from January 1st of 2018 through June 9th of 2018, and then more recently has had a case open October 22nd, 2018. Notice and order was also issued in August of 2018. At this point in time, there's no short-term rental website that is active, and there does not appear to be any recent short-term rental activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, it's Ranbir Sidhu at 150 Las Vegas Boulevard, Unit 1113, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Thank you.
I'm here today just give a little rundown. I was in search of a property, and I did my homework. and lived in many of the high-rises, and this was the one that actually met the guidelines for a short-term rental. Other than that, I'm just pretty much here just to, let you know that I'll be the person managing the special use permit. I do have a lot of background in hospitality. I do have 7 years of hospitality management. I've also been in Nevada for quite a long time. I do work with the public safety sector currently, so we do ensure all the vehicles stay safe in Nevada. I feel it's mainly based on the intent. I usually run everything professional, but with the Airbnb, I'm not looking to run it like a full 24-hour hotel or anything of that nature. With the expansion of my company, there are some times that I'll be leaving out of state, and I do wouldn't mind, having the permit available in case I needed it.
Okay, thank you very much. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Please come forward. I'll need your name and address for the record if you're for or against, and reason why.
Hi, Carrie Gerst, 150 Las Vegas Boulevard North, Unit 1111. These are some screenshots of the applicant's Airbnb ad that was active in July. So you see 6 guests, 2 bedrooms. However, it's stated the master bath is off limits, so it's 6 guests, 1 bathroom. The bedding situation, regular bedroom, but in the common spaces, it included a couch, an air mattress, and a mattress on the floor. Here is his ad from July, 3 nights minimum stay, open for business July and August. I mean, this just seems like a flop house, plain and simple. And it just seems unreasonable in a situation where we share walls and common spaces. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one else, I'll close the public comment. If you'd like a minute for a rebuttal, Mr. Sadoo.
Yes, I'm not familiar with how Airbnb works or whatever the nature is, but there isn't any, I mean, I've made a large investment in furniture. I've worked with living spaces to have a concept of what's going on. I don't agree that there should be more people in the unit. I'm not looking to have a festival, like cram 8 people in there. I actually have a lot of, due to hockey and NHL, I am originally from Canada. I do have a lot of family in Canada and friends that do want to stay down. I'm, actively looking for only professional guests, but at my, consent. If they have pets or if they have something that may cause allergies to me or whatever the nature is, there are restrictions on that. But I'm not looking to. I'm only looking to probably not even like 30% of the year. New Year's Eve, I actually offer my employees and everybody to enjoy the fireworks at no cost. So I'm very active in the neighborhood too. Also been involved with Radio City Pizza's opening, a lot of downtown projects. I'm very big in the arts district, so I was looking towards having some of the great artists do like a athlete. I'm more of a Golden Knights fan, so I'm more interested in like having a place where you can actually watch hockey and like live somewhat of a normal life out here in Nevada. But that's it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sadoo. I'll turn it over to the commission for discussion. I will quickly say I've always been on the denial front with the Ogden project, just because I feel like it was kind of caught in the wave at the beginning of the short-term residential rentals, and it's something where while it doesn't say it's disallowed, it doesn't say it's allowed either in the docks, and so people have taken advantage of that, and understandably so when they see that, but there are rules with the city as well. And I will further say, if this was a condominium project that from the beginning had a setup that accommodated specifically this type of traffic, I'd be more inclined to work with it, but this project doesn't, and so I'm still in the same place that I've always been with the Ogden, which is not supporting the applications. Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Chairman. I agree with everything that you've said. We really haven't supported them in the Ogden, Newport, or Soho lofts. They just weren't built for them. I do like short-term rentals, when I go out in town, and there was one in particular in New Orleans that I stayed in, and it was actually constructed, and every one of them in there was a short-term rental. And so I'm not against them, but I got to stick to my guns. I've never approved one in there, and there's been tons and tons of homeowners that's come out against this. So there's no further comments. Please.
I have one thing I wanted to say a little bit.
Commissioner had to make a motion.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thanks, sorry.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on item 58, SUP, no. Yes, we are on 58.
Yep.
Okay, 58, SUP 74850, I'll move to follow staff's recommendation for denial.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay. Moving on to item number 61. Again, we're out of order at the moment. SUP 7487, applicant owner John Jack Las Vegas, LLC, for possible action on request for a special use permit for an existing short-term residential rental use at 1101 South 6th Street, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. This is an existing, correct. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is currently operating a short-term residential rental use that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912 that were applicable at the time of application. At the time of application, the special use permit was required as a result of Ordinance 6585, which required all existing short-term residential rental uses not eligible for conditional use approval to be approved via the special use permit process prior to July 1st, 2019. With the recent adoption of Bill Number 2018-58, amending the Unified Development Code, relief from conditional use regulations by means of a future special use permit no longer exists. Whether approved or denied, the existing use will remain authorized and be subject to non-conforming use provisions of Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 19. Staff is recommending approval. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication. At this time, I will turn the presentation over to Deputy Planning Director Mary McElhone for additional information pertaining to this item. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this has been a licensed short-term rental since May 31st of 2017. There has been one complaint that has been received that the licensing officers and business licensing has responded to. That was October 17th of 2017. A neighbor had complained of large parties and parking concerns. However, this complaint could not be confirmed, and the property was watched thereafter. There have been no complaints since that one complaint in 2017. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
John Schulzenberg, 2917 Turtlehead Peak Drive, Las Vegas. I'm not quite sure what you want me to tell you.
If you want to tell us about your application, why you feel like it should be approved.
Okay. I have owned this property for almost 2.5 years. We have been leasing it on a daily rental basis for the last year and a half. When I purchased this property, it was a very rundown facility, and I have done my best to make it look very presentable in the neighborhood. I think it is probably one of the nicest properties in the neighborhood right now. We are very careful about who gets to stay there. I have professional management managing the property. We limit the number of people to 8 adults in this facility, and we have lots of postings around the facility about noise and how people should be acting. We monitor the entire facility with cameras on the outside so we know what's going on and whether there are any problems with noise or anything else. In preparation for this meeting, I walked around the neighborhood, talked to my neighbors. In particular, I talked to the neighbors on all 3 sides of my house, and none of them had any complaints about what had been going on at the property or any noise levels that were taking place. So as a result, I think we've done a very nice job of managing this property and making it fit into the community without being any sort of a disruptive force. So I'm hoping that I can get your approval to continue running this as a daily rental.
Thank you. Okay, this was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? I see a few people. I have 3 microphones if you'd like to come up. I need your name, address, if you're for or against, and I'll give you a minute to tell me why. Tell us.
Mike Hanson, 1100 South 6th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. I live kitty corner to the property, but I have one complaint about the whole process. This is similar to spot zoning, and it would have been better that everyone could have enjoyed that benefit, whether they chose to or not. That would be up to the individual homeowner. But the problem is in the neighborhood is that only a few get it, and then that tends to be a magnet. And then now we're having the problem with the mansion 54 people. I'll bring that up again. But the idea here is that we were never notified to begin with that this action was going to be taken, that this one piece of property was in fact going to be a short-term rental, a business located in a residential neighborhood. And I think that, I'm not against it now, but I wish that we could have had an opportunity to take advantage of it. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you for your comments. Get your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Deirdre Felkar, and I own the property at 1208 Las Vegas Boulevard South. I'm here to speak against it. A home is not a facility. It's a home in a neighborhood with people living there. And so he may be a good actor amongst a bunch of bad actors, but that doesn't mean that he can't rent a multi-bedroom house like this out, like a hotel, to 5 or 10 different families at some times and create problems. Also, we also have the problem of, is it in compliance with the American Disabilities Act? Is it in compliance with fair housing? Is he in compliance with all of the regulations of state licensing, all of the city licensing requirements? Is he paying his fair share of the taxes? We have no way of knowing that. I'm a real estate broker, and I am not allowed to have a real estate office in my house. And I think if we allow this to go too far, we're going to end up with the insurance agent next door to the STR, next door to the beauty parlor, and I think that this is not something that we need to see continued. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else like to be heard? Name and address for the record, please.
Mia Rose, 1103 South 6th Street. I live right next door to this beautiful home. But yeah, I don't want it to turn into something where we're really allowing variances. And one thing I'm real concerned with is I want to keep that 660 foot for residences. I don't know about condos, but I hope we can separate that. I'd hate to see consistent denials and then a variance and approvals to all this. Right now, it's still at a minimum. I don't want to see us moteling our residential neighborhoods. But this gentleman has a landscaper, he has a pool man, he has a manager that comes in and out. So, and I'm right next door, so I know that it's been pretty darn good so far. But I'd hate to see this multiply and divide and get to people who do not take care of it, who are not, do not have on-site managers that come and that kind of thing.
Thank you, Mia Rosen. For the record, are you for or against the application, so I understand?
For this gentleman, I'm for.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone else like to be heard? Seeing no one else, I'd ask the applicant to please come back, and I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Schlotman?
May I make just one more comment?
Please.
With respect to the possibility of having multiple families, the management that I have hired is very good about making certain who's going to be there and when, and they monitor it very closely. So if a multiple family may be 2 different families, like brothers and sisters coming in as a group, but that would be the only way that would ever happen in this facility.
Thank you, John. Thank you for the comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate everybody coming out tonight and giving their input, and it'll be up to building safety if it's up to the ADA standards and up to business licensing to monitor or whoever, a different department that monitors collecting taxes. But those are valid points. But there's been one complaint on this property, and 2.5 years they have an existing business license. So I'm willing to go ahead, and there's no other short-term rentals within 660 feet. So Are you willing to have a one-year administrative review?
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like to move for approval with the added condition of a one-year administrative review.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to go on to item number 62, and I asked the director, just for clarity for the public, based on the last ordinance that was passed, the planning department isn't taking any more applications for SDRs based on the ordinance. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. The ordinance from last Wednesday that's been referenced was adopted Wednesday, became effective Sunday, so as of Monday of this week, there are no more applications for short-term rental special use permits.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 62, SUP 74868, applicant owner Yonico LLC for possible action request for a special use permit for an existing short-term residential rental use at 1908 Chapman Drive, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is currently operating a short-term residential rental use that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912 that were applicable at the time of application. At the time of application, the special use permit was required as a result of Ordinance 6585, which required all existing short-term residential rental uses not eligible for conditional use approval to be approved via the special use permit process prior to July 1st, 2019. With the recent adoption of Bill number 2018-58, amending the Unified Development Code, relief from conditional use regulations by means of a future special use permit no longer exists. Whether approved or denied, the existing use would remain authorized and be subject to non-conforming use provisions of Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 19. Staff is recommending approval with a condition of approval requiring that at such time as the property is put up for sale, the property owner shall voluntarily expunge the special use permit. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication. At this time, I will turn the presentation over to Deputy Planning Director Mary McElhone for additional information pertaining to this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this property has been licensed since February 1st of 2017, and there have been no issues and no complaints received. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Daniel Pollack, 677 Port Talbot, Las Vegas.
How are you?
Good. Thank you for having me. As stated, this property is licensed and fully operated with a professional management company, and we would like to apply for the special use permit. Pretty much, there's no issues with the property, and it's under any guideline approval.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Please step forward. I believe I see one gentleman coming up. If I can get your name and address to the record, please, sir.
Sure. My name is Larry Bialik. I live at 1709 Chapman Drive. Really, I'm here because we saw the sign go up. I just want clarification on what a special permit short-term lease is. Is it under 30 days? Is it under 3 months? I'm not opposed to having a rental in the neighborhood. I just don't want to see a lot of traffic coming in and out of the neighborhood. We're in a neighborhood that is mostly homeowners. The yards are kept up. The properties are kept up. His property is kept up nice, and I appreciate that. But these short-term rentals, I've lived in areas where the overnight stayers tend to damage the property or damage other properties. And so I was just trying to get some clarification on what that was actually supposed to mean. Like I said, I'm okay with a rental property. I'm just not sure if I'm okay with the Airbnb type product.
Okay. Thank you, Larry. When it comes to the commission, I think some of those questions will be answered for you.
All right,
thanks. Is there anything you'd like to add, Daniel?
Again, that is professionally managed, and it is not a one day. This is multiple days, so it's not like in and out on a daily basis. This is there's a minimum of 4 days staying. And again, we kept it pretty good, excellent, actually, and no complaints. And as staff recommendation, we would like the approval.
Thank you. Turn it over to the commission. Commissioner Schlottman?
Yes, to answer the gentleman's question that come up, basically, a special use permit for a short-term rental means that it's basically a rental that's being rented out for less than 30 days. If it's over 30 days, then you don't have to get that special use permit. But since it's a short-term rental under 30 days, you have to do that. There was something called a conditional use permit where they would just issue the license, and then there's an ordinance that was passed a couple of years ago where they all have to come before us, even the ones who had the existing business license. And so he's actually been operating there for almost about 2 years. And so I had one across the street from me for a year and a half, and I didn't even know it was a short-term rental. And when I say across the street, 30 feet away from my front door. So anyways, I'm going to go ahead and say the same thing. You haven't had any complaints, and I'm willing to go, and since you already do have the existing business license, I'm going to go ahead and let you, or I'm going to make a motion for approval, subject to staff's conditions.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, thank you. And the last one we're taking out of order before Commissioner Schlottman has to cut out. Do we have enough people for, yeah, we'll have enough. Is number 65D IR 74938. This is in the director's business. Applicant owner, City of Las Vegas. For possible action on a request for the election of the 2019 Planning Commission officers, staff has no recommendation. Do we need a staff report? There is no staff report.
There's no staff report. We're just going to elect officers.
Okay. Commissioner Toussaint?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to retain Chairman Cherry as the chair of our committee.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
You're supposed to say.
Oh, is there? No, I'm sorry. Is there any other nominations out there? Thanks.
That was pretty quick.
Okay, thanks. And that motion carries. Thank you.
So does that mean you don't want to do it?
Well, no, I just want someday I can look back and tell everybody that, you know, I voted no. You wanted me here. All right. Commissioner Roush?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that Commissioner DeSalvio be named as vice chair.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries. Okay, thanks. Okay, so we are going to jump back, and Commissioner Schlottman will be leaving us. Thank you, Commissioner Schlottman. Safe travel. Yep. Yeah, happy holidays to you. Going back to item number 54, and thanks for indulging me to go out of order. SUP 74789, applicant owner Nancy Fallon Trust, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for an existing short-term residential rental use at 1501 Montessori Street, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is currently operating a short-term residential rental use that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912 that were applicable at the time of application. At the time of application, the special use permit was required as a result of Ordinance 6585, which required all existing short-term residential rental uses not eligible for conditional use approval to be approved via the special use permit process prior to July 1st, 2019. With the recent adoption of Bill Number 2018-58, amending the Unified Development Code, relief from conditional use regulations by means of a future special use permit no longer exists. Whether approved or denied, the existing use would remain authorized and be subject to non-conforming use provisions of Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 19. Staff is recommending approval. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication. At this time, I will turn the presentation over to Deputy Planning Director Mary McElhone for additional information pertaining to this item. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this has been a licensed short-term rental since February 1st of 2017. There has only been one complaint. That was April 27th, 2017. There was a complaint of a party. As it turned out, it was a memorial service that had invited 25 guests. Mrs. Fallon, the owner, actually responded immediately to the complaint and took care of the situation. From June 2017 through October 2017, 12 on-site inspections were conducted with no violations. At this point in time, there are no concerns, and there has been no other complaints received on this property except the one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you use your name and address, please, for the record?
Hi, my name is Nancy Fallon. My home address is 69 Antique Garden Street, Las Vegas, 89138. I've been a licensed physician in the county for 22 years, just 10 minutes from this house that is licensed as a short-term rental. My home is just 10 minutes away also. This was actually my home for 15 years. We have plenty of parking so that the neighbors are not disturbed. We have 2 large driveways. We have a home monitoring camera system to see who comes and goes. We also use Noise Aware to keep the noise down. We have strict, absolutely no event and no party rules and do not accept any booking that even mentions parties or events. We have no current fines and no code violations. We ask that you approve this SUP.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing a few people, please come up. We have 3 microphones. If I could just have you step to the side there. I'll need your name and address for the record if you're for or against, and I'll give everyone a minute to tell us why.
My name is Earl Olson. My address is 7130 Doe Avenue, and I oppose this petition for a permit. My property, the backyard of my property backs up against the backyard of the property in question. And it is separated by a block wall of some 6 feet. Unfortunately, that block wall does not block out noise. And noise is my chief complaint with regard to this property. My observation over the last 6 to 8 months, I couldn't register any complaints in 2017 because I was living out of the country. But in 2018, my observations are these. The people who come there seem to be coming from out of state. They seem to be coming to Las Vegas to party. They seem to be party people in that from they begin partying early evening, and they don't stop partying many times until 2 or 3 in the morning, which makes it hard to sleep, among other things.
Mr. Olson, I have to ask you to wrap up. We've gone over the minute. But if there's anything else specific you'd like to
Well,
add.
quickly, we've had individuals climb over the block wall to retrieve a ball, perhaps, that they've been playing with. We've been awakened at 5 o'clock in the morning from our sleep because of to the noise of children playing. My wife and I figured that these people were maybe from the East Coast, where our 5 o'clock is their 8 o'clock and time to get up. And so my complaint is, in a nutshell, noise. We don't consider the individuals staying there as neighbors. I mean, we understand the concept of neighbors.
Thank you, Mr. Olson.
To us, they are an intrusion and a noise nuisance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address, please, for the record?
Evening.
Greg Ostel, 1510 Montessori Street. I live directly across from the court that the house is on. My only experience actually of encountering people that rented the home, it was approximately 30 cars that lined the court and the street, both sides of Montessori, all the way down to the day of the funeral. My main complaint is that we live in a neighborhood with only 16 homes, and we love meeting our neighbors and being a part of our neighborhood. There's another home that was recently sold. It is an illegal Airbnb at 1621 currently, which we're filing a complaint on. And that makes, that one is about 500 feet away, which doesn't meet requirements. Obviously, it's illegal and not in compliance with the law. But it's moving in a direction that we don't want. We bought there 4 years ago to be in a quiet neighborhood with neighbors.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Estelle. Can I get anyone else like to be heard? Your name and address, please, for the record.
Charlotte Morgan, 1515 Montessori Street. I live the next door, so the side of our houses are, again, the 6-foot same block wall. And I wished I would have maybe complained to authorities more, but I complained directly to Ms. Fallon about the situations that I saw. I have 2 teenage daughters that are now in college. But first of all, in play, you can say you have all these things, or management, or cleanup, but it's difficult when my daughter's having a birthday party and a 24-person hustler bus shows up in our 4-home cul-de-sac. And it's difficult when, yes, there are laws with marijuana and smoking marijuana, but when 10 or 12 people who are staying in the backyard and it's wafting over our 6-foot block wall, it's difficult to take. With all the cars, all the traffic, all the people, it now got to the point where my daughters were both visiting from college, and they were asked by people visiting from California what they were doing basically outside of their own property, which is offensive. We are neighbors, we're homeowners, and I know Nancy, and we do not need to have a business in our neighborhood.
Thank you for your comment, Charlotte. Can I get your name, one more person, name and address for the record, please?
I'm Kathy Taplett, 1510 Montessori Street, Las Vegas. I live with the gentleman who was speaking before. Just want to reiterate, Chairperson Cherry, that you mentioned during the one of the previous hearings is about the apartments and how the community, the neighborhood makes the community. This is our neighborhood. We want to keep it as a neighborhood. We want to know the people that we live near. We want to watch each other's backs. We want to do the neighborhood watches, and you can't do that with people who are coming and going. So, thank you.
Thank you for coming out, Kathy. Seeing no one else from the public, I'll close the public hearing, ask the applicant to come back up, and if you'd like a minute for a rebuttal before I turn it over to the commission.
Well, I would like to say that the last time we had 80 cars in the cul-de-sac, it was because of our very next door neighbor who I do dearly love, who's behind me right now. And she was the one having the party. As far as marijuana, if there was something that you could do to stop someone from doing something that's legal, I might have said, oh, let me run over and tell them not to do that. On the occasion that she complained, we were down within 10 minutes and at the front door, and they said, what are all these cars? It turns out it was her party, 80 cars. And I did have, my maid had a memorial service for her son who passed away, and that might be what they're referring to with all the cars, but we have so much parking. We have 2 large driveways on both sides, and we have parking in the back, but we really don't usually have more than 3 or 4 cars at the most. And we live so close, we're right there. Charlotte has my number, she can call at any time. And we rush down, even on a Friday night, throwing slippers on, running down to see what we can do to help. So I'm not planning on keeping this house forever. This was a plan to hold the house until the value came back up. And I don't plan to have any other properties. And it is my home. It still is my home. I still love it. And I still care about it and the neighborhood.
Okay. Thank you for the comments. I'll turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Rauch.
Thank you, Chairman. I did talk to Commissioner Quinn about this. This is a difficult situation because it's already an existing short-term rental. And generally speaking, she's fairly lenient when it's an existing situation and you have the proper noise attenuation and monitoring and you're a conscientious owner. But in this case, there's been so many complaints and there's been so many phone calls. We have 19 protests, I think, and we have very many people here at the meeting today very passionate about the situation, as you can tell. So clearly it's become an incompatible situation. Even if you've been a good operator or you feel like you've done everything responsive that you could do, it's become so disruptive to your neighbors that it's not a happy situation anymore. So it'd be very difficult in this situation to recommend for you to be able to be approved, even though you are an existing situation. Now, you have other recourse, you have other abilities to continue to operate this, but I would say that right now your relationship with your neighbors seems rather damaged, and it is an unfortunate situation because you're right, you can't run over there all the time and tell people to do something that's illegal, that's legal, and act as if it's illegal. I know what you were trying to say earlier, and that's an impossible situation that nobody can really govern. I mean, that has to do with the state of Nevada and the laws, what the voters passed, but it doesn't mean that that's not an offensive situation. That's something that everyone is still working through. That said, I heard a couple of things that I haven't heard before, and if I have, then maybe I didn't pay attention in the past, but I don't think I've ever heard this before, and it's an interesting concept that I think we all need to remember this, and it's probably why the city has now passed a new ordinance. This is a neighborhood that is very much a family neighborhood, that is very much a close-knit neighborhood, that is very much a low-density neighborhood, that is a neighborhood where people have made a very large investment in their homes, and they take a lot of pride. They've lived there a long time, and it's very difficult to go and try to repeatedly speak to a neighbor that's not a neighbor and say, please stop doing that, when there's a new offense every 3 days. You know, and that's something we don't often think about, is that if it's a repeated bad situation, there really is no recourse for these neighbors. I mean, they can call the city, they can call you, but to have to live with it and deal with it on a recurring basis, and it's a constant revolving door, there's no accountability for the next person that comes in. They don't know what the last person did, and they don't care what they do because they're on to the next thing. So I feel for the neighbors. I understand what you're saying. And based on the conversation I had with Commissioner Quinn and my own thoughts on this and what I've just stated, I'll be voting no today. So I'm sorry.
Okay. Would you like to make a motion, Commissioner Roush? I will say I understand all your comments, and I guess the one thing is it does go back. They will still be operating as an existing short-term under licensing, and and it seems like, what is the recourse, I guess, at that point with licensing? Is there any recourse if there are true infractions that are found?
Mr. Chair, for the record, Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. So right now in Title VI, they have to have 2 violations, and we can revoke the license in 2 years. So this last violation was almost 2 years ago. It was April 27, 2017. And because of the recent change in the law, they don't need the special use permit to continue to operate.
Okay, and then if they do sell the property, the applicant mentioned at some point they're holding on to it while values go up. If they do sell it, does that license then goes away at that point?
Yes, the license would go away at that point in time, but we've been having discussions about, because this was existing before February 1st of 2017, I do think that there is an option there for non-conforming use, and that they would be, someone else could come forward and could get another short-term rental license at this location.
And how would they get that license?
Basically, they would go through the process of going through business licensing. It is a general license at this point in time, not unless there's an ordinance change. So it's a pretty simple process. They still have to, it's a conditional use verification permit. They still have to pass an inspection. So those procedures are still in place.
Okay. Commissioner Roush, I mean, I'm with you on what you've said.
Yeah, I'm happy to make a motion if no other comments from any other commissioners.
Please do.
All right. With regard to item number 54, SUP 74789, my motion is for denial.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries. And you understand you'll still be able to operate your short-term rental? Okay.
I do. And I also would like to encourage the neighbors to come and talk to me, really, and if they don't have my phone number, I encourage them to.
I would reach out to them if I were you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item number 55, SUP 74820, applicant owner Anthony Kershaw for possible action on request for a special use permit for an existing short-term residential rental use at 3408 Casa Grande Avenue, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is currently operating a short-term residential rental use that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912 that were applicable at the time of application. At the time of application, the special use permit was required as a result of Ordinance 6585, which required all existing short-term residential rental uses not eligible for conditional use approval to be approved via the special use permit process prior to July 1st, 2019. With the recent adoption of Bill Number 2018-58, amending the Unified Development Code, relief from conditional use regulations by means of a future special use permit no longer exist. Whether approved or denied, the existing use would remain authorized and be subject to non-conforming use provisions of Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 19. Staff is recommending approval. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication. At this time, I will turn the presentation over to Deputy Planning Director Mary McElhone for additional information pertaining to this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this has been a licensed short-term rental since October 18th of 2016. There has been no enforcement action or concerns at this location. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I get your name and address, please, for the record?
Yes, Anthony Kershaw, 3408 Casa Grande, 89102. This is a current license rental. As she said, there's been 0 complaints on the property since 2016, since I started operating. It's in compliance with everything that the city requires. We have cameras in the front and the backyard. We have noise aware on the property. It's professionally managed by myself, which the one you just approved, 1908, is actually one of my properties as well. And yeah, I'm just asking for approval today.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kershaw. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Would you like to be heard, sir?
Yes.
Please come up, give me your name and address for the record, if you're for or against, and reason why.
Yeah, I'm pretty much here to speak on behalf of the commissioners and the chairperson, just to kind of like communicate approval.
Can I get your name and address, please, for the record?
Dante Irie is one of them. I'm actually here from Los Angeles.
All right, thank you, Dante.
I just wanted to say good evening to everyone, and hope everyone has a blessed day. And whatever you're trying to do, just give approval to it. But I just want to speak to everyone and say that I'm here to help in the best matter that I can help.
Okay. Thank you, Dante. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one else, I'll close the public hearing, turn it over to the commission for discussion. I will say I'm inclined to support this application with 0 infractions since 2016, and we'll be supporting it. I don't know if anyone else wants to make the motion. I'm happy to do it too. Commissioner Roush?
I'll be happy to make the motion. This is a little bit different situation, not as many complaints, no one here in the audience. In this case also, you've got a very busy thoroughfare on Oki. If there was ever a decent location for an existing short-term rental, this is probably it. So with that, I'll make the motion that for item number 55, SUP 74820, the motion is for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Roush. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 56, SUP 74822, applicant owner Dolente Retreat Revocable Property Trust for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 9121 Dolente Avenue, Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental use that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912 that were applicable at the time of application. With the recent adoption of Bill Number 2018-58, amending the Unified Development Code, relief from conditional use regulations by means of a future special use permit no longer exists. If approved, the proposed use would be authorized and subject to non-conforming use provisions of Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 19. If denied, the proposed use would not be authorized. Staff is recommending approval. Please note that there are additional letters of protest as publication. At this time, I will turn the presentation over to Deputy Planning Director Mary McElhone for additional information pertaining to this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, there has been no code enforcement action on this property. At this point in time, there are active listings on UHost. However, they do advertise as a long-term rental with a 31-night minimum. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you get your name and address, please, for the record?
My name is Sarah Pollack, and I don't live in this country. I live in Israel. And I have my family here in Las Vegas, my son and my grandchildren. And my husband and I purchased this property in 2015 as an investment, and we plan to have, which we also started, with a regular rental. And since we miss our grandchildren a lot and we come visit here quite often, we have decided that we would like to have it as a short-term rental so we can use it when we visit here as well. Now, this property is quite away from the center of town, and it's located in an area that is, the backyard is facing a busy street, and there is a professional building on one side, and it's a neighborhood with neighbors, and since they didn't have before short-term rentals, I went and I signed with 9 of the neighbors who told me that they would be happy to have this as long as it's professionally managed, which it's going to be, and it's landscaped, and we also renovated the house, so it actually should be a good idea, not only for myself and my family, but also for people who are, since it's away from the center of town, who are visiting the Red Rock area and hiking and this kind of more of outdoor activities in the Las Vegas area. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you for the presentation. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing and turn it over to the commission. Commissioner Toussaint.
Yes, this does seem to be harmonious and compatible with this area. It backs up to Cheyenne. I drove by there, and I would like to make a motion to approve with a one-year review.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor for approval with a one-year review.
Mr. Chairman, can I just be clear for the record? Commissioner, is that a one-year administrative review?
Okay.
And do you agree to that? I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, can you check?
Mr. Chairman, through you, just to be clear, the conditions should read: an administrative review shall be conducted 1 year after final approval.
Okay. And Sarah, do you understand what they're saying as far as the review? Okay. So there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, I need to look to staff and see if they recall if this was going to be final action this evening, because my script doesn't indicate. So that is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Sarah? Laila Tov.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, moving on to item number 59. SUP 74864, applicant owner Gandhi Suresh and Smita Family Trust et al. For possible action on request for a special use permit for an existing short-term residential rental use at 3736 Dorrington Drive, Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is currently operating a short-term residential rental use that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912 that were applicable at the time of application. At the time of application, the special use permit was required as a result of Ordinance 6585, which required all existing short-term residential rental uses not eligible for conditional use approval to be approved via the special use permit process prior to July 1st, 2019. With the recent adoption of Bill Number 2018-58, amending the Unified Development Code, relief from conditional use regulations by means of a future special use permit no longer exists. Whether approved or denied, the existing use would remain authorized and be subject to non-conforming use provisions of Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 19. Staff is recommending approval. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication. At this time, I will turn the presentation over to Deputy Planning Director Mary McElhone for additional information pertaining to this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this has been a licensed short-term rental since June 14, 2017. There has been no enforcement action on this property, and there have been no issues or concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I get your name and address, please, for the record?
Yes, my name is Suresh Gandhi, and my wife Smita Gandhi. My address is 3323 Castro Place, Fremont, California. This property, we are operating under the license, and it is managed by the professionally managed company, the management company. And we don't have any issue or any complaints. And I would like to have the approval for SUP 74864 and 8865.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gandhi. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone for the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one for the public, I will close the public hearing and turn it over to the Commission. Commissioner Toussaint.
Good evening. Thank you for coming.
Good evening.
I did drive by this property today. It backs up to Gilmore, which is a pretty busy area. There have been no violations on this property, and they've been running as a short-term rental without any problems. With saying that, if there are no more any comments from my fellow commissioners, I'd like to make a motion to approve SUP 74864 with a one-year administrative review.
Okay, and you agree to the one-year administrative review?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Mr. Chairman, through you, just to verify, the condition should read, an administrative review shall be conducted 1 year after final approval.
Thank you very much. Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you.
Okay.
Happy holidays.
Don't go too far. Item number 60, SUP 74865, applicant owner Gandhi Suresh and Smita Family Trust et al. For possible action on a request for a special use permit for an existing short-term residential rental use at 8876 Fort Crestwood Drive, Ward 4. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is currently operating a short-term residential rental use that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912 that were applicable at the time of application. At the time of application, the special use permit was required as a result of Ordinance 6585, which required all existing short-term residential rental uses not eligible for conditional use approval to be approved via the special use permit process prior to July 1st, 2019. With the recent adoption of Bill Number 2018-58, amending the Unified Development Code, relief from conditional use regulations by means of a future special use permit no longer exists. Whether approved or denied, the existing use would remain authorized and be subject to non-conforming use provisions of Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 19. Staff is recommending approval. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication. At this time, I will turn the presentation over to Deputy Planning Director Mary McElhone for additional information pertaining to this item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this has been a licensed short-term rental since June 14th of 2017. There has been no enforcement action, and there are no issues or concerns with this property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gandhi, can I get your name and address again for the record, please?
Sure. Suresh Gandhi, my address is 3323 Castro Place, Fremont, California. Yeah, this is also identical property managed by the professional management team, and I did not see any issue or any complaints.
Okay, thank you very much. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing and turn it over to Commissioner Toussaint.
Hello again. Since there have been no violations on this property and everything seems to be running smoothly, I'll make a motion to approve SUP 74865 with administrative review. How?
Mr. Chairman, through you, to be read as an administrative review shall be conducted 1 year after final approval.
Thank you
Do you
very
agree to
much.
that, Mr. Purdy? Yes. Thanks. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 60 is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to our final item before citizens' participation, number 63, yep. SUP 74869, applicant owner William and Jean Liu for possible action on request for a special use permit for existing short-term residential rental use at 2017 Casa Vista Drive, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is currently operating a short-term residential rental use that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912 that were applicable at the time of application. At the time of application, the special use permit was required as a result of Ordinance 6585, which required all existing short-term residential rental uses not eligible for conditional use approval to be approved via the special use permit process prior to July 1st, 2019. With the recent adoption of Bill Number 2018-58, amending the Unified Development Code, relief from conditional use regulations by means of a future special use permit no longer exists. Whether approved or denied, the existing use would remain authorized and be subject to non-conforming use provisions of Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 19. Staff is recommending approval. Please note that there are additional letters of protest since publication. At this time, I will turn the presentation over to Deputy Planning Director Mary McElhone for additional information pertaining to this item.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this has been a licensed short-term rental since June 22nd, 2017. There has been no code enforcement action, and there are no issues or concerns with this property. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you get your name and address, please, for the record?
William Louis, 10231 Pinnacle Drive, Cypress, California. Ladies and gentlemen, I asked for approval of the special use permit. I have the house for a couple of years. We improved the house tremendously. We spent almost a year renovating the house. I want to make Las Vegas proud for people who visit, and want to be a proud owner of the house, that my children and my future possible grandchildren can be proud of the house when they use it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one from the public, I will turn it over to the commission for discussion. And anyone, Commissioner Toussaint?
I'd like to make a motion to approve SUP 74869 with
Okay.
a one-year administrative review from the year of what?
Mr. Chairman, through you, an administrative review shall be conducted 1 year after final approval.
Do you agree to that condition? Mr.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the final item, number 66, citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to the matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon by the Planning Commission unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion of any single subject, as well as the amount of the time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Would anyone like to comment on this portion? Seeing no one, I will quickly say thank you to my fellow commissioners for the nomination and vote. While jokingly I might have said no, I do take it very seriously and appreciate everyone here, how much they've helped me kind of try to, hopefully I'm trying to get my stride a little bit, so thank you for that. And a happy holiday to everyone. So, thank you. 2019, meeting adjourned.